Radio Espial is a series of podcasts brought to you across the internet by TIPM Media. Presented by investigative journalist Mick Rooney, it covers a host of topics from international media, publishing, aviation, and technology. Thank you for listening to this podcast today.
Welcome to episode 15 of Radio Espial, and we're talking about the Gabby Petito case. Through a full timeline, very extensive. This is going to be a long episode today, and I just want to say no guests, different format, a lot of inserts, something a little bit different that you haven't seen before. Away we go.
Radio Espial. We explore and discover together. Okay, so let's just get on with it. As I said, we're talking about the Gabby Petito case today. This is going to be a slightly unusual broadcast. Generally, we broadcast... You have been listening to Radio Espial, a series of podcasts brought to you across the internet by TIPM Media and presented by investigative journalist Mick Rooney. Please feel free to leave a comment and visit our links provided in this podcast production. Thank you for your support.
Indeed, we thank you for your support. Obviously, wherever you see this, by all means, give us a like, share, subscribe wherever you see it. There's no expectation. I don't push that, and as you've always noticed, I don't do a huge amount of it in the broadcasts. I stick to what we're doing. I'm not huge into promoting what I do. People like it, they like it. They don't like it, that's fine. By all means, give me a thumbs up, give me a thumbs down. If you don't like it, give me a thumbs down. I don't mind. It still helps with the algorithms. Okay, what are we doing today? We're doing a very and I mean, this is a serious, extensive traverse into the timeline of the Gabby Petito case Obviously it includes the situation with BrianLaundrie as well, but I want to emphasize this is very much the Gabby Petito case. It's probably for Radio Espial the first real entry that we've got into true crime, something as a journalist I've been doing for many years, since I was a Cub Scout journalist, starting in the courts. I've done it for many years, and I'm kind of at this stage introducing it really to Radio Espial. So this is a little bit different. Our normal format is where I come on, I do a bit of waffle, you all know that, then we go to a guest, I ask questions, they answer, I give them as much time as possible, I be respectful whatever the situation, and then I conclude, and that's the end of it. This is going to be quite different in getting into more of a true crime series. Yeah, look, let's move on. As I say, what we're gonna see during this broadcast, and as I say, it is gonna be long, bear with me. I'm looking at 3 to 4 hours we're doing on this. This isn't just a splash and dash and go. I have considered doing this for probably the last 2 months, and I've held off. I've held off for a deliberate reason. I've held off because there's just too much of this case that's still developing, and I've held off, and I've been following a number of other people online who've been literally following it, literally day by day as every development happened. And frankly, that wasn't the way I wanted to go. I didn't want to go into live broadcasts every day, that kind of thing. As many know, we've been going on Radio Espial for 3 years. That's not the way I work. I take a very methodical and slower view of things, and we analyze and we explore together as we analyze. Yeah, so look, what's going to happen today is predominantly I'm going to go through a timeline, and you'll see that as a document on screen, and we'll walk through it. I'll talk, I'll explain it through, but what I will do throughout it, you will see video inserts, you will see image inserts throughout it, and then we'll go back to the timeline. So we'll come in and out of the timeline to explain and put in context things. Like I said, grab a coffee, grab whatever takes your fancy. We're going to be here for quite a while. I want to start by thanking you all for joining me, obviously, and supporting Radio Espial. We've been going now for 3 or 4 years. As I say, we're going to get into a little bit more true crime in the coming episodes. I kind of want to not get out of the format of interviewing guests. We'll continue to have that, but I do want to start to explore more and more cases in this kind of format where we analyze it, I discuss it, you can give me by all means feedback through comments, through social media, whatever. We're available on YouTube. The only thing I will add about this episode that is probably different than most other episodes is, normally we are videocast and we're podcast. In fact, every episode we have done, the previous 14 we have done, have been video and simultaneous podcasts. I'm saying it now, this episode is not going to be available in podcast for obvious reasons, as you're going to see. It simply won't work in podcast. It's a show and tell. It's a lot of video is involved, and it simply won't work in podcast. It will be meaningless. Now, maybe I will do some sort of summary, and for people who follow us on Spotify and other iTunes and other podcast channels, I might put something smaller together, maybe half-hour program of summary. We might do that, because I don't want to see people see, oh, episode 14, and then suddenly there's a missing gap, episode 15, and then suddenly we're on to episode 16. What happened to episode 15? I don't want to exclude people, but at the same time, this format simply doesn't work for podcasting. We'll work something out subsequently when I broadcast fully and load this up. Okay, let's just focus on this episode 15, the Gabby Petito case, part of a new true crime series we're going to do. And I've been involved with other true crime cases, and we'll explore some of them. A lot of them were Irish and English based, the odd one or two US based. So look, let's just go into an intro. For people, wherever you've been, if you're not familiar with the Gabby Petito case, I'll go through this quickly, and then we'll quickly get into the shared file timeline that I'm going to work through, and it literally will be starting in June, July of this year, and it will work through. There'll be, as I say, inserts and other stuff going on. But look, at this stage, if you're not familiar with this case, it's an interesting case. I got involved. I'm a YouTuber. A lot of people got involved. It's a fascinating case, and it's a sad and tragic case. Gabby Petito was a 22-year-old American woman who was killed while traveling on a van life journey across the United States with her fiance BrianLaundrie. The trip began on July the 2nd, 2021, and was planned to last 4 months until Halloween. However, Petito disappeared in late August. After Petito went missing, Laundrie raised suspicion for Petito's family and authorities when he drove her van from Wyoming back to her parents' house in Florida and refused to talk about his fiance's whereabouts. She was formally reported missing on September the 11th. That's obviously, people in retrospect seeing this video, that's September the 11th, 2021. The case gained national and international attention due to their social media activity. Later released police body cam video footage, 9/11 emergency dispatch call recordings, and eyewitness accounts from an incident that occurred at a traffic stop in Moab in mid-August. Laundrie was later deemed a person of interest in the case, and an arrest warrant was issued on charges of making fraudulent withdrawals using someone else's debit card. He departed his home in Northport, Florida on Monday, September the 13th, and he was formally reported missing on September the 17th at the end of that week. On September the 19th, Petito's remains were found at Teton National Park in Wyoming. According to the autopsy, she was killed by manual strangulation, which was deemed a homicide. After a month of speculation around Laundrie's whereabouts and an extended search of the area around his Florida home, his skeletal remains were discovered in the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park on October the 20th, close to the Carlton Wildlife Reserve, where much of the search for him had been concentrated. As yet, his cause of death has not yet been determined. Look, there's nothing more to say than this is a sad case. 2 people are no longer with us. let's get into the full timeline, and this is going to be a long haul. Okay, let's start with this Gabby Petito timeline. I want to first of all, most importantly, say thank you to Andy Signor of Popcorn Planet, and also Stefani Amor, Steph the Alternerd. They originally started a timeline. I've based some of this on the timeline they started, but I want to stress I've made an awful lot of alterations and expansions to it based on further sources I'll go into and mention as we go through the timeline. I also want to mention that as we go through this timeline, I want to avoid an awful lot of speculation, theories. I want to try as much as we can to stick to the timeline and go through the facts and the basic facts as we have it. And we'll go through this by dates, and I'll talk a little bit more in detail as we work through it. So I suppose let's start at the start. On the 2nd of July 2020, Gabby Petito announces her engagement to BrianLaundrie on Instagram. The couple have known each other for many years since high school. The Appalachian Trail. Gabby Petito, on the 27th of March 2021, spends her 22nd birthday with Brian on the Appalachian Trail. Photos are posted on Instagram 9 days after her birth date on the 27th of March 2021. She has a graduation ceremony on the 17th of June, and Gabby and Brian were in Blue Point, New York for her brother's graduation ceremony. I think it's important as well to mention at this point that an awful lot of people might think that because they were living for a while in Orlando that somehow the trip started out in Florida. It actually didn't. It started out in New York. They traveled from Florida to New York to start this trip. Okay, so in July, the start of July, the trip commences. Gabby Petito and BrianLaundrie start their cross-country US trip that was intended to end on Halloween in Oregon. And I think that's important. So remember, Halloween in Oregon, late October. That was the planned trip, July to October. Obviously, tragically, it never ended that way, but that was the plan originally. So this van life trip was always intended to end at that point, and they had lots of ideas as to how they would end that trip. They postponed a planned wedding in the summer of 2021, their own wedding obviously, due to the pandemic. The plan was to concentrate on the picturesque region of Northwest American states and the wild camping outdoor life. Okay, so there's been an awful lot of talk as to, I think, how skilled, how much previous experience both Brian and Gabby had in the outdoors, and I think an awful lot of it is very overplayed. I don't think these people, this couple, were quite as experienced in the outdoors as an awful lot of media and people have speculated. And we'll talk a little bit about that more. So, again, focusing on the 2nd of July 2021. Over 6 weeks, Gabby uploaded videos and updates on Instagram and YouTube. It should be noted that Gabby was only beginning to build her social media channels at this point. I think that's a really important point, because if you look at, I think a lot of Brian's stuff has been taken down now, but in particular Gabby and her Instagram and her YouTube channels, you know, you'll see vast numbers there. I think it's important to note most, and I've checked this, most of those numbers came after the fact. We'll leave it there. They didn't come before. And this is something, again, I'll touch upon when we talk about the Moab traffic stop, about Brian's concerns, Gabby's purpose for the trip, and so we'll go into that a little bit more. But I just want to stress that there's been an awful lot that somehow Gabby was this amazing Instagrammer, YouTuber with you know, hundreds, thousands, millions of subscribers. I'm sorry, and it's no disrespect to Gabby, but that wasn't the case. This was a young lady getting into this environment of YouTube videos, Instagram, and building it up. This was only just beginning at the start of this trip. So to continue, videos and updates show them traveling to places such as Kansas, Monument Rock, Colorado Springs, Great Sand Dunes National Park, Zion National Park, Bryce National Park, and Canyons National Park. 4th of July, Grove County, Kansas visit. We'll just very quickly move through this. I'm not going to delay on it. Monument Rocks, Colorado Springs, as we work through July, Grand Sand Dunes National Park, Zion Park, Cedar Breaks, Mystic Hot Springs, Grand County Campsite, Utah. So we're getting now to important points now. On the 29th of July, they've been on their trip more than three and a half weeks. Canyons National Park, Mesa Arch, and this is important now. We're getting to important dates. On the 31st of July, Gabby's last Instagram post until, and this is important, until August the 12th. So let's keep that in mind. There's an awful lot of things I'm going to say in this timeline that you need to keep in mind as we work through it. Okay? So, the 31st of July, lock that in your mind. 31st of July, Gabby's last Instagram post. We don't know the reason why the regular social media posting stopped at this point. However, changes in daily behavior and activity with avid social media content creators is often an indicator that something personally is going on. We will later see the same indicators and signs picked up by Gabby Petito's family, particularly from late August through September, that something wasn't right in this case, and their concern was for their daughter. And again, I keep emphasizing, we need to keep points in mind when we work through this timeline. So we're now really getting to crucial dates. We're now to the 10th of August 2021. Gabby has texted Brian's sister, Cassie Laundrie, confirming that they are in the Arches, and that is time-stamped at 1748. So 1748 at 5:48 in the evening. There's a potential, and I want to be careful when we mention witness sightings in this timeline. Some of the witness sightings may be absolutely correct. Some of them may be misjudged, may have the wrong time, may have the wrong person, and I think that's really important to keep in mind when, particularly in the media, when you hear accounts of people, oh, I saw Brian, I saw Gabby, this happened, that happened. So that's really important. It's only when it can be corroborated and verified, particularly with things like traffic cams, toll stops, payments, movements, CCTV, that kind of thing locks that in to a date. So I think we need to be careful as well about witness statements, but nevertheless they need to be respected, and we'll move on. So 10th of August 2021, witness interacting with Brian and Gabby. Jane Foster claims a meeting with both of them for 40 minutes, that's a long time, where Brian apparently gave him a skateboard. From the Daily Beast, and this is Jay Foster. An Alabama man who is traveling the US in his own customized Volkswagen van met with Gabby and Brian near Moab, Utah on the August 10th. The three of them chatted for about 40 minutes, discussed the modifications they had made for their vans. We understand that Brian did modifications to the white transit van prior to this trip when they left New York. They were holding hands. They were ecstatic about their rebuild. Not quite sure what is meant in that quote, their rebuild. Foster told the Daily Beast from a rest stop in California, that's what I find so weird about the whole situation, is that they were both really cool. They didn't seem to be anything wrong whatsoever. Laundrie had done most of the mechanical work on their van, and Gabby had refurbished the interior, according to Foster, who said he enjoyed camping, tattoos with Gabby. Obviously, we know the whole tattoo thing. This was quite common between Gabby and Brian. When Laundrie asked Foster if he'd like to have a skateboard he no longer needed, Foster eagerly accepted. He said, here, I'm not going to be needing two of these, referencing the fact that he had two of them. He wasn't giving away his one and only skateboard, Foster recalled, adding this Gabby and Laundrie said they were headed to Yellowstone next. Foster and his girlfriend then set off on a hike to the 52-foot Delicate Arch. When they got back to the parking lot, Gabby and Laundrie were gone. They were happy to show off their van, happy to show off their travel map. She was so proud of the sink she had put in, said Foster. She was such a cool person. He was too. That's what's freaking me out. They seemed totally fine. What sucks is that I couldn't see him doing anything like that. Obviously, what we know afterwards. It's crazy as hell. It really, really is. Okay. Again, keep in mind what people say and what happened in the aftermath. Okay, we're on to the 12th of August 2021, Arches National Park. This is a visit, and this is timed at 3 p.m. essentially in the afternoon. Okay, so middle of the afternoon. There's an Instagram post confirmation. After almost 2 weeks, Gabby posts again. Her Instagram is again updated later that day with 2 posts in the evening. One at 7:26 p.m. and another at 9 p.m. At this time in the evening, Brian is at the Boeing Motel and Gabby is in their own van, separated by Moab police. It is not known why there was such a significant gap in Gabby's Instagram posts. Generally, during the trip, throughout July, Gabby was posting, I wouldn't say every day, but certainly every other day, or at least 2 to 3 days she was posting. And certainly there wasn't a 5-day gap. Now listen, in this timeline, I'm going to do some video inserts. And at this point coming up, we are going to take, I think it's about a 19 or 20 minute trip into that Moab City body cam on the 12th of August 2021. Through graphics, I'll talk a little bit afterwards. We'll go into more detail of significances that I spotted in it, that perhaps, in fairness to the Moab police and the park rangers that arrived, wasn't seen at the time. And this is no disrespect to the police officers and the park rangers that were involved. And I'll insert that where necessary. So, okay, Gabby and Brian are seen arguing. 12th of August. A 911 is called at 16:30, okay, 4:30 p.m. in the afternoon local time, and Moab police respond 10 minutes later. We are now aware only later of a released police audio of that call, a male caller, but his surname is redacted. We now know that that person was a person called Christopher, and it shouldn't be confused with another eyewitness. And I think this is part of the whole, shall we say, myth that has grown up about this case. People confusing that there wasn't just one call, there was 2 calls. No, there was only ever one 911 call. Police arrived at the area, but they also interviewed a person who coincidentally also happened to be called not Christopher but Chris, and he witnessed the incident but from across the street. So he wasn't close up, but he witnessed it across the street. So there are 2 calls, but when we say calls, we need to be careful that we don't confuse a phoned in 911 dispatch call with a call witness report. So Moab police officer Danny Robbins notes both parties gave the appearance that they were suffering from a mental health crisis. This is the stop itself. Officer also states that Brian had locked Gabby out of the van. This obviously back before they passed out of town. But she climbed back in through the window to continue the argument with him. Mohawk police also speak to another witness across the street who witnessed the altercation, and that's the reference I'm making. When you hear that there were 2 911 calls, there were not. There was a local eyewitness and there was an also 911 call. The second witness was interviewed by police at the location across the street from the Moonflower when they responded after they got the dispatch call.
Driver is showing some obscure driving, possibly intoxicated. Currently doing 45 miles an hour. Zone through here is 25. Oh! Subject just hit the curb. Correction, speed limit is 15. I'm about to place your vehicle into park and go ahead and turn it off for me. No, park?
Oh, it is in park, yeah.
Okay, turn off your engine. Go ahead and set your keys on the dash for me, alright? What's your guys' names?
Gabby.
I'm Brian.
Gabby, Brian? Okay. What's going on? How come you're crying?
I'm sorry, we've just been fighting this morning. Some personal issues.
It was a long day. We were camping yesterday, and camping got flies and stuff. I'm sorry I hit the bump there.
I was distracting him from driving, I'm sorry.
Can I get you to step out of the vehicle for me, ma'am?
Yeah.
Just hang tight right there. Do you mind if I take your keys and just put them on your hood?
You got it, buddy.
SO229, I have the female that was on the passenger seat separated from the male. Keys are on the hood. You want to tell me what's going on?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just, some days I have really bad OCD, and
Okay.
I was just cleaning and straightening up the back of the van before, and I was apologizing to him and saying, I'm sorry that I'm so mean, because sometimes I have OCD and sometimes I just get really frustrated. Not like mean towards him, I just like, I guess my vibe is like, I am like in a bad mood. And I was just saying, I'm sorry if I'm in a bad mood. I've just been really stressed. I had so much work I was doing on my computer this morning.
What do you do for a living?
Well, I used to work at an all-organic juice bar, but I just quit my job.
Okay.
I was a nutritionist. That was my
That's
job.
cool.
And I just quit my job to travel across the country. And I'm trying to start a blog. I have a blog and stuff. So I've been building my website. So I've just been really stressed. And he doesn't really believe that I could do any of it. So that's kind of been like a, I don't know, he's like a downer. I don't know. We've just been fighting all morning. And he wouldn't let me in the car before. And then
Why wouldn't he let you in the car? Because of
told me
your OCD?
Told me I needed to calm down. Yeah. But I'm perfectly calm. I'm calm all the time. And he really stresses me out. And this is a rough morning.
Well, why don't we do this? Why don't I sit you down in the back seat of my car? You're not in any trouble, okay? I'm not going to be putting handcuffs on you. You obviously don't have any weapons. I'm going to get you into the air conditioning, let you take a breath, relax a little bit, and then I'll come back and talk to you in a few minutes, okay?
Okay.
What's going on?
She just gets worked up sometimes, and I try and really distance myself from her, so like I locked the car and I walked away from her. What happened this morning is that she's trying to start up like her own little website blog and everything, so I give her time, and we really had a nice morning, if anything, but she just got worked up because we were trying to get going and get our day going because we want to go like arches before this stuff every time.
Okay. You want to tell me about those scratches on your face?
She had a cell phone in her hand, that's why I was pushing her away, because she wanted I locked the keys so I could walk away. I said, let's just take a breather and let's not go anywhere, let's just calm down for a minute because she was getting worked up. And then she had her phone and was trying to get the keys from me, so I got in the way. I was just trying to, I know I shouldn't push her, but I was just trying to push her away to go, let's just take a minute, step back and breathe. And she got me with her phone.
Can I see your hand? Oh, you got a mark right here.
Oh, that's from a wire.
That's from a wire?
Yeah.
You want to tell me about hitting that curb?
Hitting the curb was her grip on the wheel.
She grab the wheel?
Yeah. She said, I can't believe we're getting pulled over, and then she grabbed the wheel.
What about the speed? Did she take over the...
No, I
take over the pedal on you?
If I was going fast, I'm sorry. No, it's probably just the moment of, like, I'm still shaking now. The adrenaline, seeing the lights flashing up, and then her gripping the wheel. So if I sped up, I'm sorry about that. Or if I was speeding beforehand, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, it took quite a bit to catch up to you. So,
yeah. I'm sorry about that. We're just going into the park again to get water because we have a 6-gallon water container to fill up. So we're just grabbing water for the hike. Okay. And I was trying to keep everything calm and quiet because there's plans still to go for a hike. But then she grabbed me. I'm really sorry about that.
Of course. Do me a favor. You want to go ahead and do what? It's going to be out of Florida.
He just grabbed you? Did he hit you though? I mean, it's okay if you're saying you hit him, but then I understand if he hit you, but we want to know the truth. If he actually hit you, because where did he hit you? Don't worry. Just be honest. He slapped your face or what? Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. So has he been drinking?
No, we don't do it.
Okay. What was up with his driving? This officer said he hit a curb. While you're driving?
Well, he was driving.
While he was driving, you were hitting him?
Not a lot. Daylight said I kind of punched his arm there's a
She's saying it was why he hit the curb. You said it was Gabby?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm really bad. It was Gabby?
Yeah.
Try to meditate stuff, but you tend to have a lot of anxiety and stress.
I have a lot of anxiety.
And what's his name? Is it Brian? Is he usually pretty patient with you?
Yeah.
Taking it down. But my ex-wife, that's why she's my ex-wife. I'm just sharing it. I know it's a little personal, but to help you understand, we would feed off each other's anxiety if it's spiral. You know what I mean? And it doesn't matter how much I loved her. It may be bad for your soul. Just saying. I'm not telling you what to do with your life, but if you know you have anxiety, look at the situations you can get in. You know what I mean? And we're not here to be mean to you or anything. Well, you know, there's a first time and then it usually... We'll go see what Brian's saying, but I think you've heard everything now from...
Quick question. You said you were hitting him in the arm. Did you grab the steering wheel?
No, I didn't.
You did not touch the steering wheel?
I didn't touch the steering wheel, but only for like a second, because I just saw the lights come on, and it was more just like, you're an idiot. Like, you know.
But did you grab the steering wheel and swerve or anything like that?
No. I didn't touch the steering wheel at all.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and close this door again. Do you have enough air back here, or do you want me to kick it up?
Far back, but we've been in BrianLaundrie for the past week or so, traveling around, and the flies here are pretty intense. So the flies have definitely been getting to her, and then my feet are dirty and everything. So I think that our little squabble started because we were hanging out at the coffee shop, and when we got back to the van, there was some dirt and stuff in the van, and I moved our food around. It was a little disorganized, so she gets a little.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Do you need any water?
It's okay.
It's hot out here.
We were going to get water because we ran out, but it's okay. No, it's alright. I don't like plastic bottles. It's okay. Thank you, though. It was just that I'm dirty and I can't change being dirty. Like, I got dirty feet, I got sand on my flip-flops and stuff like that. It was that we were at the coffee shop for so long because we were there from 9 to 3. So I guess there's a few little things, little relationships. I don't know if you're in a relationship, but I'm sure you
I've been married for over 5 years now. So.
There's a lot of little things.
Yeah, I can go.
And I get it. We weren't physical before the point where I said, all right, let's just take a breather and like walk away for a minute. I'll lock the van up and I'll go for a walk this way, and you can go walk that way on the block. You know, there's that what is it called, Moonflower?
Right,
yeah. You know, nice areas. You can go either way. It's all shaded. So let's go for a little walk and breather, come back. Because we're happy with it. I'm not upset with her. She got worked up and she had her phone in her hand and her keys and everything. And she wanted, not her keys, like her rings, her phone. And I was holding on to the keys because I didn't want to go anywhere. And my big fear is, I don't have my phone. I don't have a phone. So she goes off without me with a car. I'm on my own. So I was saying, let's just go for a walk, and she was trying to get the keys for me, so I was just going, hey, just wait, back up, and doesn't she hit me, and I didn't get, I don't want to push you, but I didn't get overtly physical. I was just trying to keep her away and not get hit, and then I got really loud, and like that's probably whoever was attention where I was going, back up, get away, just give me a...
Okay, so you said you pushed her to create some distance, obviously, right? What happened after that? What got the scratches on your eye?
The phone.
The phone? So you pushed her and she hit you?
It wasn't like a push and she jumped on me. She was already, I don't want to, she was already swinging, and I was
multiple
a lot of angles, a lot of nails, a lot of rings.
Yeah, you got 3 scratches on your neck. You got one on the left side of your neck. You got one in your face here, and you got 4 that are bleeding over there. So it looks like 2 hands coming in.
Do you mind lifting up your right?
I hope she doesn't have too many complaints about me. I'm just, I feel bad I think it's so public. I was just trying to be loud. So this is, try to make her calm down and be like, look, everyone's watching. And like, stop this.
Just hang tight for me. Do you take any medications or anything like that? Any medications or anything like that? Are you normally just kind of like hyper?
Do I see my heart rate up? Whenever the lights flash on, it gets your heart rate up. If I see my...
Trust me, it does me too, and I'm the one that... It gets me going a little bit.
You probably can say, hey buddy, whenever somebody walks up.
So, okay. Yeah, do you know if she takes any?
She's crazy. No, I don't think so. No, none that I know of.
Okay. Alright. Real fast, can I get your first name?
Gabrielle.
But no, it wasn't too bad at all.
I just got a phone with one of the 2 witnesses, and I reported it. You want me to tell you what he said?
Yeah.
Real quick. Do you mind hanging with him for a minute? Yeah. So, get away from both of them. So, he said that he never saw the male strike the female. He saw the male trying to lock her out of the vehicle. She even told us that he was trying to lock her out, told her to go take a walk. So that she was trying to get in. She eventually couldn't get in and actually clawed her way in through the driver's door. He says, I don't understand why she's doing that. Well, I think it's because it was the only door that wasn't locked that she could get through. So she's trying to get in over him. He's trying to disengage from her. I guess he hung her backpack on the back probably so she would have her shit so that he didn't have to engage with her. Everything she's saying is the same thing. I haven't heard what he said, but if that's what he said, it's also what the witness is saying. The witness says, I never saw him hit her. I saw him shove her, but I couldn't tell if it was an aggression against her or a defense against her as far as her, being the aggressor. So at this point, unless the guy's screaming that he needs to go to jail and did something to this girl, it sounds to me like she is the primary aggressor.
Yeah. Now,
the problem with her being the primary aggressor is in an instance of domestic assault, be it a male or be it a female, we shall arrest. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean they have to go to jail. We can do a citation if it meets one of 3 criterion, which one of them is that we can ensure that they're not going to further risk each other's safety. But the problem with that is they live in the same vehicle.
that's what
If you wish to drop it, you have to go to the 217 East Center Street, Mon City Police Department.
I've got all the paperwork.
And you have to ask them to give it to you. You want to fill out a waiver that you're requesting a waiving of the contact order, no contact order. No contact order means she cannot come into contact with you, she cannot talk to you, she cannot text you, she cannot go onto any premises you're occupying, she cannot go to your vehicle. And until you drop that, or until a court date, if you don't drop it, it's an invitation.
Like say she drove off and she could drive off in this car.
We could give you a ride somewhere.
I got my backpack. Sucks for you.
I got my backpack.
You can spend the night.
You want to drive me to Delicate Art?
Does she have a good driver's license?
She does have a driver's license, yeah.
Something with your vehicle?
Yeah, she can.
Well, then you'd kind of be homeless for the night.
And man, I can't talk to her at all. Well, and I've got to do the thing, so I can't go camping.
We can tell her what it is that she needs to do to get through all this, and then let her know what the plan is.
Here's the problem, though. If we take you up to Delicate Arch or a hotel,
very little money you have for sure.
Expensive.
you want me to? I'll call Sea Cave in.
See if Sea Cave will take you for the night.
I'll see if they'll take either one of them, because then we can figure it out.
This is the way they take me? Oh. Actually, CK will take him as a victim of domestic assault. CK will take him, and they will help you tomorrow.
And you're like a block and a half away from the PG.
Let's see if CK will take him, because they actually they didn't take a guy, but they got a hotel for a guy last time.
Yeah, I'll do that.
CK might get you a hotel. Now, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Could I get my key and make like a little bag? If you can grab me something?
Yeah.
Is that alright?
Would you mind watching for me?
Yeah.
Yeah, just if you don't mind doing it from over here, we don't want you to get hit in the road.
Okay.
So.
Witnesses say were caused by the slapping. And you say you slapped him and were aggressively referred. I don't have anyone saying that he actually punched you aggressively. It sounds like he was shoving in a manner that was probably more consistent with trying to prevent you from moving the van or to get space from you, not to slap the face. That makes sense. So, if the tables were turned and he was beating on you and you were shoving him, of course we're going to look at it like, oh, of course he's defending himself to get away from this guy. But we're kind of looking at the same way with him. We have to treat both very different, the bigger male and your smaller female. The law doesn't say, hey, Officer Crown, Officer Robbins, you can treat people different based on gender under the section you can. Even if it makes no sense, you probably could not physically destroy this man with a heart of the arm.
Hey, Brian. Yeah. Can I take 2 minutes of your time real quick back here? So, because there was an assault that took place and you were obviously showing signs of the strikes, do you mind if I take pictures of the injuries that you sustained? I know it's not super severe. I mean, you want me to call, I can call the EMS if you want me to. You don't seem like you want to go that far.
If you don't take a photo, you can take a photo.
Yeah, I need to take pictures for my evidence, because otherwise it's going to be your say, her say, my say, and the court's going, so I have to do this part of it, alrighty? So it's just going to be a couple of pictures.
Is she okay?
Microphone, do you know where it is?
Yeah,
without going for it, where is it?
Just hang it.
Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, go ahead and tell me if you don't mind me grabbing it.
I can grab it because it's in a spot.
Why don't I go with you? Where are we going in the car?
First.
Right face, neck, one of his ring fingers, I think, has got the scratch on it. And then you saw earlier.
Yeah, I saw the ones. Well, I was trying to build some consistency between the stories. Oh, sure. Alright. And then let me see your hand, because that... Yeah, let me get your hand.
That one? That right there?
I know you said this is from a wire, but I'm going to take a picture of it just in case, and I'll document that you're saying that's from a wire, not from her. It's just I want to document everything, you know what I mean? And then your right arm. Do you have anything on the other arm, on your back, chest, anything like that? Let me get your neck real quick as well.
Gabby, this is a very, very important question. How you answer this question is going to determine what happens next. But the only person who can answer this question is you. Think very hard before you answer the question. Do not quickly answer it. Think very hard. When you slapped him those times, were you attempting to cause him physical pain or physical impairment? Was that what you were attempting to do to him? No. What were you attempting to do? What was the reason behind the slapping and stuff? What was it you were attempting to accomplish by slapping?
I was trying to get him to stop telling me something.
Well, it doesn't sound to me like she attempted to injure him. It's your call. This is 100% your call. I support you either way.
I'll let you get back to your parents, okay?
Separated for the night. If they find themselves together again, what is it to you? You separated them. You provided for his safety. If he doesn't have enough sense to stay away and you got him separated, it's on him.
We can't babysit them all night. That's not what I do. So it's up to them. We're not going to.
You can separate him and say, don't let us go off till tomorrow. If they don't let it go off and we hear about it, we'll hear about it.
They're camping in the park tonight. We'll let you know.
And if there's some fighting going on, you already was Mr. Nice Guy. You already gave him a chance. What you can't do, by law, is separate someone and say, if we hear from you again, we're going to arrest one of you. Because then if one of them really needs help, they may not call police and get help. The law says you cannot, literally, you may not say, we get more problems with you guys tonight. One of you is going to, you can't threaten like that. Right. It's true, because if it stops them, you want to call the police to get help. Does that make sense? Right. So, go full, or nothing, or in between, and separate them, and kind of give them the nod, the wink, like, hey, just stay separated. It's up to you. I'm going to go handle that. You got it.
Do you mind if I get a picture of your driver's license?
Yeah, of course. I was thinking it was in car stuff. This is me.
Uh-oh.
I know this man has hair.
You said that this is still your mailing address, right? Mm-hmm. Still the right way. Alright, and then... Brian, what is your phone number?
Thank you guys for helping us. Oh yeah, no problem. Have a good day.
My phone number? Yeah.
For domestic violence battery, okay? It was only going to be a Class B misdemeanor. However, the domestic violence portion of it enhances it. Makes life a major pain in the butt, especially you're 22, right? So I'm choosing not to cite you today. So you are not going to be charged with anything. Alright? But this is what I do have to do. I am separating the two of you tonight. Okay? I want you guys both to be tonight away from each other, relax, breathe, crying, because there's no reason to be crying now, okay? I understand that this can feel like it's a nightmare, but you're coming out as the golden flower on top of it, okay? So, you're going to be taking the van tonight, and you're going to go somewhere else. I am going to get him lined up with a hotel room tonight. I want you guys to stay away from each other. For both of you guys' sake. From what you told me and what he told me, you guys have a bunch of little things that are building up, and finally the little string that you guys were tight walking on broke tonight. Does that sound about right? So, I just want everybody to breathe, get a chance away from each other, go eat a meal, talk to your parents, whatever it is you gotta do.
In here?
So, like I said, that's what I'm going to be doing tonight. Hold on. I've got him a hotel room tonight. So here in just a minute, I have to keep you guys separated. For right now, don't contact each other, don't wave at him, okay? Do you want me to say anything to him? Because I can do that for you. You want me to let him know that you love him and that you'll see him tomorrow and stuff like that? I can do that
Make
for you.
sure he doesn't forget a phone charger. Definitely good.
Oh, he's bad about that too?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll make sure that he has a phone charger, okay? And if I have anything else, please keep your cell phone on so I can call you if I have any questions, alrighty?
Okay.
Alright, so just kind of sit tight for me real fast and I'm going to talk to Brian. Alright, Brian, a couple things.
Couple things?
One, I got your hotel room tonight.
Thank you. It's better than that side.
So,
I like that side.
Number two, and this is probably the biggest one. She claims that she did not have intent to hurt you when she was slapping at you. So technically speaking, it does not fit the letter of the code. So I am not going to be charging her with DV
domestic violence.
Exactly. So, this is what I am going to do, however. I'm not going to release you guys together. I want you guys to stay away from each other tonight. Okay? She's agreed to it. Take some time to yourselves. You guys both have the exact same story as to what led up to the incident. So, taking some time tonight, specifically, taking tonight away from each other is going to be the major breaker in all of this. I think that'll help you guys, especially tomorrow when you guys meet up. So she does have a couple of messages for you. One, she says she loves you. She's looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. Two, don't forget a cell phone charger.
Yeah, good. He watched me fumble around the entire 3 laps around the car to find one.
Did you find one?
Find one.
Okay. The other thing is I don't want you guys to contact each other.
No,
okay, unless world
when he said that she gonna text me or whatever, I was gonna send her a message that said, please don't message me because I love you. But yeah,
but tonight,
don't do anything. Yeah. And I'm with
she's passing on her love and saying goodnight and stuff like that. All that do stuff that I do to my wife too. Okay, so
I appreciate it coming from you.
Just so don't. Just try to not contact each other unless, like I said, earth shattering, something happens, you guys have to jump in the car right now and drive back to Florida because something happened to parents, that kind of circumstance. Yeah, you don't. Exactly. Other than that, just go have a meal by yourself, catch your breath. You're going to be in a hotel room watching TV. It's probably been a few months since you actually got to sit down, relax, and some air conditioning and watch TV. So, take some time for your guys' selves. Yeah, take a shower, man. You got to change your clothes. You got some Tonys in there, right? All right, good. Because they're going to have everything that you need to shampoo, conditioner, all that good stuff. All right? Her main concern is make sure that you have a cell phone charger so you guys can talk tomorrow. Okay?
I really appreciate it.
I am going to walk her over here to the car. Okay? And if you'll just go stand over here in front of his pickup real quick, we'll get her out of here and I'll be right over here. All righty? You give her my key. Absolutely. Alrighty, Gabrielle, you want to step out for me? As you can see, I have keys in my hand, which is good, okay? So, something that I do, that I emphasize to him, and I don't know if I emphasize to you or not, don't text each other tonight. He wants to pass on the same message you passed to him. He's really looking forward to talking to you again, but I told him, and you, unless there's earth-shattering emergency news, don't text tonight, okay? Even with the good nights, I love you. He's saying good night now. He's saying he loves you now, and you guys can talk tomorrow morning, okay? He's going to go to the hotel. I'm going to give you the keys to the van. Morning works will happen. Alrighty? So, here's that. I'm giving him a ride over to the hotel, okay? So, everything's going to be okay.
Will it be a far drive for me to get him in the morning? I'm just curious.
I'm not going to tell you where he's going to be at tonight. Like I said, I want you guys to be separated. But I can tell you this.
I just don't usually drive the van, so I just want to make sure it's not like far away.
No. It's
okay.
It's basically from here to Moonflower. Okay. It's not far at all. So let's get you in the van. Let's get you on your way. Alrighty. You want that Gatorade, by the way?
Okay.
You got enough water? Also, something I want you to know. Here, stand over here real fast for me. If you go over to City Market, they have a list of places where you can get yourself a shower for like $4 or $5, something like that. They're pretty cheap. A place where you can shower, decompress, de-stress a little bit. Alrighty?
Yeah, I just showered yesterday at one of those.
Well, you didn't have today happen yesterday, so it does my wife wonders. When she gets stressed out, it's like, get in the shower. Come on, just get in the shower.
Really relaxing.
Go take a shower, relax. Take some time for yourself, and like I said, don't text each other tonight. Text each other tomorrow morning after your eyes open up and you're fully awake, had your coffee or your morning routine, okay? All right, Gabrielle. You have a good night, okay?
Thank you.
All right.
I got on the ladder, I get the bottom, and it was just the rattle of the rattlesnake. It's just like comes out. So.
You ready for a ride?
There's no crown.
My door's open. Just climb in the back seat for me. Yeah. You can put your backpack back there, too. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Sorry about that approach. I don't know what the hell I was doing.
It's all right. It was an interesting bullet, so.
Thanks again.
Daniel, by the way, if I didn't formally introduce myself, I'm Daniel. I'm 229, so if you hear that, you know who you're talking to.
223, Ryan.
See, I hear you guys all the time. I've never places to lunch. So, what's your first name? It was nice meeting you guys. We'll see ya. What's that?
You was gonna rub down me.
You like it?
I was wondering if you get to play your own personal music in the
Heck yeah, dude. I got my own phone hooked up to this thing.
You just jamming all day?
Yeah. Hey man, it's not too hard to go a few hours without having anything interesting happen. Or anything to get the old blood pumping real good, you know what I mean? So.
I stuck my hands up because I didn't want to scare you when you pulled over.
Oh, no, you're... That wasn't a traditional stop, to say the least. So, don't feel bad. SO2T9. Didn't already know. She did want to pass on her good nights and loves yous and stuff like that, okay? And she understands that I didn't tell her where you're staying, because like I said, I'm trying to keep you guys away from each other for tonight.
Where did you say I was going?
Say that again?
Where did you say I was going?
I just told her that you were going to a hotel. Okay? So, like I said, it's my request, not legally obligated to hold to it, but I want you guys to take some time away from each other, because it will make world of difference. Oh, you're not in any trouble? You got handcuffs on? I didn't tell you that I'm taking you to the jail. No, I told you I'm taking you to the hotel. So, like I said, my main concern, I told her to go take a shower like I told you to, because she seems a lot like my wife. And things that really works for my wife is when she gets stressed out to go take a long hot shower. So I gave her a place to go where she can get a hotel room, or not a hotel room, but get a shower tonight for like $4 or $5, really cheap. So, no problem. We're gonna come in here. We're gonna come talk to Tyson. Tyson?
Yep.
Officer Robbins Phil called for me.
He did, yes.
This is BrianLaundrie.
Alright.
So he's going to get you all set up with your hotel room, and he's going to take care of it from here.
Alright. Well,
Alrighty?
thank you so much.
And like I said, just remember my requests. I think it'll make a big difference in your guys' next couple weeks at the very least.
I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for everything.
No problem. It's nice meeting you, Brian.
Nice to meet you.
Have a good one.
Alright, so sorry.
Days later, the owner confirmed that the check bounced. The $6,000 check bounced. But over a period of time, and it looks like sometime approximately a week to maybe 10 days, the purchase is eventually finalized, but it's done in cash later in the month. Now, between that period, 16th, 17th of August, the 23rd, Brian flies back home to help his father with the storage unit where he and Gabby left their things. The reason is provided later by attorney to the family, Stephen Bertolino. Now, my own sources have revealed that Brian flew, as I've said, on Frontier Airlines back to Florida. I've yet to establish if Brian initially booked a one-way or return flight. In other words, I haven't seen the source document as to whether the initial departure included a return or whether the return was done when he got to Florida to return. Cassie, Brian's sister, states she saw Brian FaceTime with Gabby on August the 17th. So he's back. Brian is back in Florida, and he FaceTime Gabby on August the 17th. He has left Gabby at the Fairfield Inn in Salt Lake City, Utah. Now, this is also important because between the 16th and 17th, when Gabby is booked into the Fairfield Inn in Salt Lake City, we don't know what really her movements were. We don't know who she met, what she was doing. Was she doing her own trips and visits and then returning back to the hotel, or what was going on? On the 18th of August, the Mohawk couple we talked about, the bodies of Kylan and Crystal, are found in a mountain campsite near Moab City, Utah. The victims were shot. Both women told other campers nearby that there was a creeper dude going around near the campsite. No suspect has been found as of yet that has been linked to their deaths. Both women were shot dead and had lower body clothing removed. The YouTube channel Gabby and Brian post a video on their YouTube channel. That was the 19th of August. The 21st of August is the last time Gabby Petito speaks with her father. And again, this is the Salt Lake City stay she had there. He states he helped Gabby with her blog during the day, and Joe Petito also told KSL there was a power outage, presuming in the area, which is why Gabby couldn't do anything. She said she didn't have Wi-Fi, so I, meaning Joe Petito, ordered her some food from his location in New York. I know it was Salt Lake City. It was the last time I spoke to her. So on the 24th of August, and this is the day, essentially the morning after Brian has arrived back, so we don't know exactly the time that he flew in, whether it was late the 23rd or the very early hours of the 24th, but essentially Brian is back in Salt Lake City from Florida on the 24th, and Gabby, where she was staying, checks out of the Salt Lake City hotel, and the intention is to head for Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming. The 24th, we're getting to crucial times now. Gabby texts her mother, and her mother later stated that there was more and more tension between her and Brian. But this is the last time her mother is in contact with Gabby directly. And our understanding is this was a video call with her mother. So when I say communication, I mean a formal, in other words, that's you. And I think this is the important thing we need to consider with communications that are reported between, whether we're talking about text. A phone call is a phone call. You hear someone's voice, you recognize the voice, you know it's them. Someone texts you, they're texting you from their device that you recognize, but you don't know who is actually creating that text. If somebody posts on Instagram or puts up a YouTube video, you don't know who has put up that video. You presume it's the person who owns the channel, the profile. But we don't know that. And that's important to consider when, in this case, we talk about texts, social media, Instagram, be it YouTube, whatever. So these are important things. On the 25th of August, for the first time, the white transit van that Gabby and Brian are travelling in is spotted at Grand Teton National Park. So it looks like they have indeed arrived in the area they suggest to people they were going. Reports are released that Shannon Baker and her husband allegedly saw the white transit van parked at Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming in the Jenny Lake parking area at 5 p.m. on the 25th of August. So this would suggest this is the date or the evening that they arrived in this area. 25th, 26th of August. We have a last Instagram post. There is a photo with a pumpkin, questions about her blonde roots. These are questions about in the post itself and in comments, that she's in Ogden, Utah. And then we have Rustic Row Shop. The owner of Rustic Row Shop said they both came in on the 25th or the 26th of August during the afternoon. I suspect it is the 25th, which would tie in with the Grand Teton National Park arrival and the other eyewitness. Brian and Gabby came to Rustic Row, this is the shop. They told me they were traveling from Florida. They had just been to Teton Park and they said they were interested in going to Yellowstone. And I told them they could go to the west entrance. They seemed happy, and when they left, she hollered back from the door that they were engaged. And then I said, congratulations. Okay, so we're on to August the 26th. Gabby's Instagram likes. Gabby's Instagram account, now again, account likes two of her friends' posts. Again, I talked about Brian and Gabby. I talked about, and this is going to be crucial in this case, vehicles, access to vehicles, phones, devices, access to those devices, accounts, bank accounts, cards, and who had access to which. The picture I'm getting so far is they shared an awful lot of information with each other. Both, at least from Gabby's side, Brian potentially had an awful lot of access to Gabby's profiles, social media, login accounts, her phone, YouTube channel, etc. And that needs to be kept in mind. 26th of August 2021. Okay, we've done with Gabby's Instagram account, and again, we don't know whether that was Gabby or not, other than she or someone with access to her account posts. Only Brian in the transit van. This is Jessica Schultz passes Gabby's transit van in Spread Creek. Okay, this is the tragic final destination for Gabby. But she says she only sees Brian in the driver's seat. I wouldn't take too much from that. My suspicion is Gabby was still alive at that date, and we'll talk a little bit about that as we push on now. Gabby's camping ground sighting. Best Pie from TikTok states her parents saw Gabby on her own in the evening at the Wi-Fi deck store showers area. Again, it's a very common for campers to be, you know, around shower areas where to get laundry done, to get supplies, to check in with Wi-Fi. Remember, we're in quite a remote area where Wi-Fi is going to be very spotty, and you, in your stop-off points, you tend to head to places like gas stations, place to get supplies, tourist centres, that kind of thing, where you know you're going to get service, and then you'll update. So I suspect Gabby on a regular basis was taking videos during the day, taking photographs, and then in the evening, if they were close to an area where there was a decent Wi-Fi service, that's where they would head off to, and you know, she would do that. She might do it in the early morning, she might do it in the evening. Bullwinkle's Saloon and Eatery. TV chef Hunter Lee states he saw Brian at Bullwinkle's at around 2200 and that he had a backpack with him. That's 10 o'clock in the evening. I'm very, very circumspect about this particular eyewitness report. And I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not going to go into it more, but I am very circumspect as to whether it's accurate, because there isn't a great deal more information about it, and I'm struggling with the timeline as to Brian being there on the 26th on his own, kind of like in a bar. There's been other eyewitness accounts of him, the worse for wear, in a bar late at night, and it doesn't seem to quite fit with at least the character he was playing. And maybe that's part of the issue. Okay, we're on to a crucial day now. This is the 27th of August 2021. This is the infamous Stan text message, and I've heard so much nonsense about this Stan text and what it means, you know, send for help, and it's garbage. No one in distress, needing help, sends subliminal messages with the word Stan in them, as if they meant anything to anybody, let alone their own mother, let alone them as a social media geek. It's nonsense. So the last message sent from Gabby's phone, the time of that Stan text has not been revealed, and the context of it was, can you help Stan? I just keep getting his voicemails and missed calls. We have no idea what that means. That's sent from Gabby's phone. To qualify, Gabby did have a relative, I think it was a grandfather, called Stanley. But again, the curiosity from Gabby's mother is that when she got it, she thought it curious because Gabby would never refer to her grandfather as Stan. She would refer to him naturally as Grandpa, Granddad, you know, colloquially as any of us would. She wouldn't refer to him, you know, as I wouldn't refer to my grandmother as Jane or Edward. So this is very curious. You don't refer to your grandparents generally in that way. The family have mentioned that they doubt this odd message was sent by Gabby. This is verified in an unsealed search warrant. We've seen the search warrant. Gabby last seen. Gabby and Brian are seen fighting at Merry Piglets in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. This is the whole restaurant fracas. On TikTok, you will have seen photographer Nina Cecily Angelo and her boyfriend Matthew England were in town for a wedding and visited the restaurant on the August 27th for lunch between 1 and 2 p.m. On August 28th, the manager of the Merry Piglets confirms with journalist Brian Enton that this incident was not the way it was portrayed by the media and was over-exaggerated. Again, this is the important thing I want to say about this timeline that I've built up. There are things that I've revised that came out later that weren't known at the time. So the Merry Piglets was a big thing initially with this TikToker who was, with the greatest respect to her, was rather exorbitant and extravagant about her descriptions of it and how extraordinary and incredible the whole thing was. The manager on the night has actually played it down and said, no, this wasn't quite the issue that was portrayed. Actually, what happened was there was some issue they weren't happy about. They got up and walked out. The server followed them out and said, no, look, you have to pay for your meal. They literally paid for their meal in the street. Gabby went back in. There was a discussion, and so we don't fully know how overplayed or underplayed this whole incident has been. And the manager of the restaurant has already stated that subsequently, when the FBI contacted them, at that stage, this was weeks later, and that they'd already overwritten their CCTV. And look, that's not, you conspiracy, that happens particularly in mob. I think when Brian Enton from Movie Nation visited this area and spent 2 or 3 days there, it was the first thing that struck him. He said there is not a great deal of CCTV around. An awful lot of places don't have inbuilt CCTV, and some of those that do, like all areas, they override it. They don't keep it permanently. It's not like they keep it permanently for months and months and months, which is why when there's an incident, it's important for police or FBI to go and seize that with a warrant and analyse it there and then. Because if it's gone, that's it. It's gone. So we're on the 27th. So on the 27th, we have these YouTubers who spot the Transavan, the white Transavan, parked slightly awkwardly, but not in a proper camping place, but parked off to the left side of the road as they pass it, and we see the CCTV footage of that. Okay, so the problem between the 27th and the 29th is that, as you can see, in the most crucial time we've a significant gap from the YouTube drivers passing. This is the 4 hours later since the Mary Piglets incident. Red, White and Bethune shares footage driving. No, they didn't do it obviously at the time. This was in retrospect. They discovered this footage. Their large RV passing the white transit van parked on a grass verge around 6 p.m. This is on the 27th. Someone is seen closing the back doors of the van before their RV approaches. I believe, if I understand this lovely couple, he was driving the large RV. She was in their, if you like, their family car vehicle, and she was following on behind, but he was the one with the cameras going, a couple of cameras that he had rigged up, and he didn't even realise he had the blog cameras on at the time. So Spread Creek campsite sighting of Brian and Gabby, and again we're still on the 27th. A witness spotted Brian near Spread Creek campsite in Wyoming on the 26th, 27th. It's not certain. Bestie from TikTok states parents saw Gabby alone 7:45 a.m. on the Wi-Fi deck. Bestie's parents also see Brian at 10:30 a.m. driving on his own, coming into the campground. Again, I'm really circumspect about some of these eyewitness reports and hanging anything on them as such. So unfortunately we now jump to August the 29th. What happened on the 28th, we don't know. And you'll see, we have nothing for August the 28th, because really there's no known movements beyond what the FBI hasn't released. So on the 29th, we do know that Brian is starting to move now. So TikTok user Miranda Baker states she and her partner picked up Brian at 17:30, 5:30 p.m. because he was hitchhiking at Coulter Bay in Grand Teton. They dropped him off at 6:09 p.m. at Jackson Lake Dam. Norma Jane Jalovic told Fox News that she also gave BrianLaundrie a ride on the same day at around 6:15 p.m. near the Jackson Lake Dam, Wyoming, and dropped him off at Spread Creek camping area. They seem reasonable accounts, and it looks like sometime between the 27th and the 29th of August, Brian had went hiking away from the van, and at this point on the 29th was trekking back towards it. For whatever reason, he was heading back towards it and seemed intent on heading back toward it on his own. In other words, don't drop me off of the van, you can drop me to the end of the road. Mind you, the end of the road was miles and miles away. We'll talk about some of the other counts about that, and the $200 he apparently offered somebody to take him to Jackson. Whether that was Brian misconstruing where he was going to be taken to, Jackson Hole, Jackson, Florida. Did he actually think they were going to take him to Jackson, Florida, and that's why he was willing to offer them $200? But if he was offering $200, we can at least say he had $200 in cash on him at the time. Now, Jessica Schultz states that the van had moved by we're on the 29th of August, had moved by 11 a.m. This may be the time roughly that BrianLaundrie left Spread Creek and departed, planned to return to North Point, Florida. The journey takes a minimum of 36 hours of constant driving. It cannot be physically accomplished, and this is important, by one driver without rests and stop. In reality, with rest, it is almost a 3-day journey. Brian and the white transit van are tracked at Benton, Illinois on August the 31st through bank transactions. We've seen them through the released FBI warrants. The van is vehicle plated and tagged at 10:26 a.m. at a toll in Florida on the morning of September the 1st. Now, a lot of that is really important. And just another shout out as well. I gave a shout out to Andy and Stefani, who started some of this timeline that I've continued. I want to give a good shout out to Aaron Mull as well, who's done some amazing mapping work, and he did some great work specifically on the potential of Brian's journey from Spread Creek in Wyoming back to North Point in Florida. And I'm going to have an insert where I go into more detail on that, about the trip mileage, fuel consumption, the time it takes, and really essentially the feasibility of it, and how many stops he could have made, how many he didn't. Did he make 6, 7 stops? Could he have done it in 4 stops? How much sleep do you make? That kind of thing. So I'll have an insert in this timeline to deal with that. Okay, let's take a look at this map. This is a map of a journey from Spread Creek, Wyoming to Northport in Florida, and this is examining the journey that BrianLaundrie may have taken. I'm sure the first thing you're thinking is, what's the point of this at this stage? What we're trying to do is establish what it's very likely the FBI were doing during September, around about mid-September, after Brian went missing, and around the time that Gabby Petito's body was found. I think that was on the 19th, if I'm correct from our timeline. And that is to establish what kind of journey Brian took home from Spread Creek to Wyoming. Florida. Now, if you look at the map, okay, you'll see text at the top. You don't need to worry about that. You can examine it if you want. It'll probably be better to read in the widescreen. It's more for my notes. You will see effectively 2 main journey routes. You'll see one in blue, and then you'll see a lower one in to the south in grey, and also the one in blue around about Missouri. I think it steps off into another potential grey path. These are essentially all the potential routes that Brian would have taken home when he picked up the White Ford Transit 2012. What this is about is what the FBI were doing in September, mid-September. They were establishing what route he took and to build up a better picture of exactly what was going on. And that's what we're going to kind of slightly explore. What were they thinking? What were they doing? What were they exploring? What were they investigating? at that time. So there is a value in this. Of course, in the long term, now in, where are we, November 2021, you might say, well, what relevance is it now? But the whole point is it establishes a timeline, motivations, and what exactly was going on. And I think it's an important part, just like examining the Moab traffic stop was important. I want to first mention, thanks to some of the work that Aaron Mull did on this, again, like the initial timeline that I took from Popcorn Planet and I expanded upon. I've kind of looked at it, examined it, compared it to data, and rejigged it a little bit. So the first thing I want to mention is that, so Brian is traveling in a white Ford Transit 2012, and that specific vehicle he had previously done modifications for Gabby and his trip from New York west. Its capacity is a 15.4 gallon gas tank, and it's important to remember that, because if you are under the assumption that Brian was directly involved in the death of Gabby Petito's homicide, we need to establish what exactly was happening in the days afterwards. Sometime around August the 27th to the 29th is generally when the pathologist and the autopsy indicates Gabby possibly passed away, and that's the timeline of the homicide. And what we need to establish, we know that Brian, from the 27th in around till quite late, possibly on the 29th, Brian had been identified as picking up hitchhiking lifts slightly more northwest of Spread Creek, where the van was ultimately parked. So if we look at these routes again, the one in blue and the ones in grey, first of all, the most important thing is that journey is that's an incredibly substantial journey. It is 2,300 miles or more, depending on which particular route you take. I think the one in blue is, what is it, 2,365. The more southerly grey route is slightly more, 2,484 miles. So there's not a huge difference in them. And if you look at them on the hourly rates, and you can see those boxes there with the car icon on them, the blue one is 35 hours, the slightly southern one through different states is 36 hours. So there's not, for a journey of 2,300 plus miles, there's not a dramatic difference on them. The question is which route he took, and I think when we examine things, it's going to become very clear that he took the blue route, the more main route. And you might think, if you've just been involved in a homicide and you want to get the hell out of there and home, would you go more backtrack, quieter roads? And it's becoming clear that that's probably not the case, that Brian wanted to get home as quickly as possible. But significantly, there are 2 points that we definitely know factually that Brian was identified on, and this is why we're going for the blue route, that 35-hour route, because he was tracked initially in Illinois, Benton, at a gas stop, and later pretty much entering, as he entered Florida at Northport, the vehicle was tagged at a toll booth. So it very much looks like Brian took that blue route. Now, it's a long journey, and let's just go through some of the details of it. This is not, you know, when we look at this map, it's a 35-hour route, but you know, that's fine. That's when you get in a vehicle, your car, your pickup, whatever, and you travel within the necessary speed limits, and you travel it, and that's the estimated journey. But one must be realistic here. That's not a journey anybody could competently and physically attempt in 35 hours. That is literally getting in the vehicle from start to finish and just going, and never stopping, not having to stop for fuel, not having to stop for rest, not having to stop for food supplies, and just taking a break, giving your eyes a rest, whatever. So don't be fooled by the 35 and the more subtly 36-hour route. That's not a route that you could physically do in that amount of time, because a human being needs rest. Anybody who travels a lot, traveling salesmen, truck drivers, know that you have specified times where you need rest. But not only that, physically, as a person who isn't used to driving very long journeys, needs rest. You know, you drive for 3 or 4 hours, by God, you'll feel it after 3 or 4 hours that you need to get out, you need to stretch your legs, get something to eat, take a breath of fresh air, just, you know, take half an hour or an hour rest and then move on. So we need, in considering Brian's journey from Wyoming to Florida, that all also has to additionally be taken into account. So 35 hours, I mean, that's obviously 48 hours is 2 days. So it's very clear to me, and I hope you agree, that there's no way that he did that route in 35 hours. We know that he arrived back in Northport and was tagged, and we'll talk a little bit about his movements afterwards on September the 1st, briefly that day. So that would have taken the guts, as it were, of 2 days. So that puts us back to, well, September the 1st, August the 31st, the 30th. So sometime late on the 30th. You know, realistically, you can't drive that journey. So you have to push back from August the 30th back to the 29th at the very least, when that was the starting point. So a journey of 2,300 plus miles. Now, I've looked back at the price of gas in August 2021, and I've roughly worked out an estimate, because obviously it's going to vary in different states, as anybody living in the United States knows. It can go from anything from, I think at that time, $3.20 right up to $4.20. It's going to vary. So I've worked out an average price of that time. I've worked out around $3.65 per gallon. So remember, you can only walk in the tank that you have in the vehicle, which is a 15.4 gallon tank for the Y4 Transit that they had. But there's some other things we need to consider. Not all vehicles are created equally. A 2012 vehicle, whether we like it or not, ages. And remember, they traveled thousands of miles in this van during 2020 and 2021, when they had it. I don't accept this vehicle was in perfect working order. It wasn't working at its most efficient. It could not have been, unless they were literally regularly stopping off after thousands of miles and having it serviced. Remember, they were traveling since early July. This journey didn't tragically end until sometime in late August. So there was an awful lot of mileage on the vehicle. the vehicle had also been adapted, so more weight went into that vehicle. So this vehicle it's not like a vehicle that rolls out of the showroom in 2012 and is operating as efficiently as it is as if it was brand new. This vehicle was nearly 9.5 years old. It already had modifications, even a full service before they left in New York. This vehicle would not have been working as efficiently on mileage as it was initially when they left. I've worked out an average. Now, I think Aaron Mull looked at this in his video casts on YouTube. He worked out something like 340. I think he slightly overestimated it. I didn't think, with respect to Aaron, he took into account that the vehicle had been modified. There were wooden panels put in. They were carrying obviously camping gear, supplies, their own weight, just van life, typical van life, living on the road. That put weight into the vehicle. So I've estimated it at about, for a full tank of gas in a 15.4 tank, I've estimated it slightly down from Aaron. I've brought it down to about 328. It could even be lower than that. I don't think it will dramatically affect the figures that we look at. When you look at that for a 2,300 plus mile journey, you're looking at, I don't even think you get, maybe out of the showroom you get away with a 6 gas stop, but I think it's more realistic it was at least 7, and it could have been more, because of course we don't know when Brian drove that van from Spread Creek, we don't know whether it had a full tank at the time, it had a half the tank, or it was literally nothing in it and he had to drive somewhere to fuel it up. Likely, when you're planning a long journey, you'll want a pretty much high fuel tank to start you off, to get going on your journey. You're much fresher then, so you think, well, I'll go to a gas station now, I'll fuel up as much as possible, and then I'll go and see how far I get. Some people have speculated that, well, maybe Brian wanted to keep off the main highways. Think of somebody if it's the case that Brian has committed a homicide, you do not want to draw attention to yourself. You're not going to be bombing down the highway at 10, 15, 20 miles an hour above the speed limit, because boom, you're going to get pulled over eventually. You're eventually going to get caught and you're going to be pulled over. Questions are asked: where are you going? Where are you coming from? Who are you? And I don't believe that, whatever state of mind Brian might have been in, I don't believe he was in a foolish enough state of mind to be speeding and drawing attention on himself. Some people have speculated maybe to reduce the amount of stops he had to make over the 2, 3, whatever it was, 4 days that he travelled, that maybe he bought, remember, he's already on an arrest warrant for using illegally, fraudulently, Gabby's debit card and access to our bank accounts. Did he use that so-called $1,000 or more for purchases and services? Did he use that to furnish the trip? Did he buy these portable plastic tanks and maybe load a few of them into the van so he wouldn't have to stop at gas stations, avoid CCTV? Look, I don't really buy that, because you're still eventually going to have to stop somewhere. He hardly bought 20 tanks, 20, 10-gallon tanks, and shoved them in because, for one, anybody who maybe has a 10-gallon gas tank, portable, shoves it in the back of a van, is approaching the stage where they're going to run out of fuel. They pull over into a lay-by. Hello, pick up a tin of paint that's 2 gallons or 4 gallons. You're going to feel that weight. That's a serious effort to pick up a 10-gallon tank and attempt high up to lift and pour it into the gas tank of a vehicle. This isn't like walking in, putting the hose at a fuel stop in, and boom, within a minute or minute and a half, you're done, full tank, click it back, pay your payment, off you go, back onto the highway. You know, this takes time and effort if you're going to physically use portable tanks to fill it. So I don't really buy into the idea that he bought portable tanks to reduce the amount of fuel stops, avoid CCTV. The fact we realistically know, he travelled pretty much the quickest and main route. So I don't think he did do that. And at best, even with one tank, he might reduce it to maybe 5 stops. Maybe he would get away with 4. But it's the extra physical effort to fuel up takes more time. And it's something you notice on the side of a road if you're passing somebody. Oh, look, that poor guy's obviously run out of fuel, and look, he's having to load up with it. It's something that grabs your attention. And I don't think Brian would have been in the state of mind. I think he just would have, gassed up, whatever, just go. We know that he was picked up on CCTV in Benton, Illinois, on that blue northern route. And if he's picked up there, it's pretty sure that's the route he was using. So I don't buy into the idea that he was off main highways, he was, using minor roads, because it would have taken him a lot longer. So I don't buy into that. What I have also worked out is a full tank on that vehicle would have cost somewhere in the region of $57, $60, $57, $60. So that's per 7 fuel stops. So we're somewhere in the region of $400. So who knows? Maybe out of Gabby's debit card and access to her bank accounts, 400 of that 1,000 or more dollars, we don't exactly know what the figure was, came out of that. That's a substantial amount. Who knows? Maybe the rest was due to, could it be food? Would you spend another $600 on food? I don't think so. Would you spend food and maybe a couple of motels on the way? Cheap motels? It's possible. It still seems an awful lot. So, other than the confirmed sightings of Benton, Illinois, the Northport tagging on the September the 1st that morning, I think at 10:26, you've also got to take into account rest stops, fuel, food that he would have needed during that time. So clearly he had to stop at some point, not just to refuel, but to rest. Whether it was 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours. He would have also, perhaps, maybe his plan was to travel at night. And that's purely my speculation, that sometime around the 29th, late on the 29th, he departed Spread Creek, having returned to that van. Whatever happened there, I don't know. I'd be, again, only speculating more. But for whatever reason, whether he was trying to build an alibi somewhere else, or whether he decided, what the hell am I doing? It would make more sense just to get back to the van and drive back home. And ultimately, that's what he decided. Got back to the van, and sometime on the 29th, perhaps late the 29th, thinking it is wiser, and there are some unconfirmed reports that he might have been spotted refueling in Wyoming late on the 29th, around 10-11 p.m. in the evening, and that would certainly make sense. So if you're going to travel, you're going to travel when the highways are quieter, late at night, less suspicion, less attention, and maybe then you're going to refuel, stop and rest during the daytime. There's less traffic, you're moving quicker. So that kind of makes sense. I mentioned the fraud arrest warrant, which specifically, and this is available in the public domain, specifically states that between the 30th of August and September the 1st, there was activity on the debit card and bank accounts up to a value of 1,000 or more. This is a really another important point, and I mentioned it when we were working through this timeline. Brian arrives back in Northport and is tagged, the vehicle he's driving, Gabby's van, the white Ford Transit, is tagged at 10:26 a.m. on September the 1st. Later that day, he's with the parents, arriving in that silver Ford Mustang at Cassie's house in Florida. Now, that made me think, if I'd just driven a journey of 2,300 miles and arrived back after whether it be 3 or 4 days on September the 1st, I tell you, I'd probably be climbing into bed and wouldn't get out of bed for 12 to 24 hours to recover. That's one hell of a journey. Yet, later that day, Brian is with his parents at Cassie's house. And that's what also leads me to suspect Brian was resting an awful lot more on that trip than maybe some people surmise. If he was fresh enough on the morning of September the 1st to be visiting Cassie with his parents in the Ford Mustang, after doing such a long journey, that suggests to me he was getting more sleep and rest during that journey, and it perhaps lasted longer than it's been estimated at the 2 days. I think that was at least, at minimum, a 3, maybe even a 4-day journey. And I still think it puts us back to sometime around August the 29th. Certainly no earlier than August the 28th. Again, you're not going to speed. You're not going to do anything silly. Remember the Moab stop. Yes, the police were following them and identified them because of an incident in Moab town. But they used the excuse of his driving, his speeding and bumping the curb. Remember, so that's fixed in Brian's mind. So he's travelling back from Spread Creek to Florida. He ain't going to draw attention to himself about his ability driving, being too sleepy, making mistakes, speeding, doing silly things, breaking red lights, that kind of thing. That's kind of a synopsis of that particular journey. But what it helps us to do is build some kind of timeline in that journey back. But for me, the most consideration is the 29th looks like the most likely day he departed the area of Spread Creek, Wyoming. And I still think it's significant that on that same day, after that long trip over several days, he was active in the mid-late afternoon with his parents visiting Cassie. I think that's significant. I'll leave you with that. Let's move on back to the timeline. Okay, we're on to the 30th of August. We have the last text message from Gabby, and according to New York Post, Nicole Schmidt, her mother, receives a text from her daughter's phone saying no service in Yosemite. After this, Schmidt states she does not get any replies to her text messages thereafter. The 30th of August is also a significant date because Chris Laundrie listed his home for sale on this date, sale pending, then confirmed on the 25th of September 2021. This is all confirmed by Cara Schuster on TikTok by going through Zillow. Now, while I've checked this, I'm not entirely certain that this home that is listed is actually the Laundrie family home, the infamous Laundrie family home that we're seeing. I think it's 4343 is the address. I suspect this home is a separate home and is the home several miles away that for a time Gabby and Brian were staying at before they left and went to New York to start their van life trip. And again, there's been an awful lot of talk that Gabby and Brian lived permanently at the Laundrie home, and that's not the case. It's not certain exactly what times they lived there. They certainly did live there for a period of time, and this might also tie into the movement of, you know, the storage unit and stuff, and the fact that they were going to be in October finishing their van life trip and what to do and where to move stuff around. So it's important to keep that in mind. Okay, so the 31st of August, this is coming from the police reports and the warrants that were released. Reports state Brian may have been at Casey's General Store and gas station in Benton, Illinois, using one of Gabby's cards. This has now been confirmed by YouTuber Tyler Feller, who spoke to the gas station attendant. FBI also asked owner to show them CCTV footage. I think at this stage this has pretty much been confirmed. There's been an awful lot of talk about where Brian stopped. Photographs of many of them erroneous, just like he was in Canada, he's in Alaska, he's in Timbuktu, he's in. But this is one of the stops between Spread Creek and Florida, North Point, that has absolutely been verified. It's been verified on the ground by the FBI, and this is categorical. We know Brian passed through Benton, Illinois on the 31st of August. BrianLaundrie's mother cancelled a camping trip. Now this is where things get complicated. Laundrie's mother, Roberta Laundrie, originally made reservations on the 24th of August for 2 people at a camping spot reserve at Fort DeSoto Camping Park. For the 1st to the 3rd of September, she cancelled those plans on the 31st of August by phone. Remember, that's one day before, effectively the afternoon before Brian arrives home, and reschedules the trip for the 6th and the 8th of September for 3 people. Now remember, Brian did go on that rescheduled trip 6th to the 8th of September. 31st to the 1st of September. This is the warrant I referred to. A warrant is issued for Brian's arrest in September 2021. It accuses him of using Gabby's cards during this time frame. 1st of September, on this day, BrianLaundrie returns to Florida. Brian arrives back at Northport in Gabby's van without her. The vehicle, the white Ford Transit, is shown on cameras entering the state at 10:26 a.m. by the automatic license plate reader on the Sumter Boulevard exit of I-75 as it entered North Point city limits. Brian immediately gets an attorney and refuses to cooperate with the police. The exact date of attorney retainment has yet to be fully established for Brian. Will later understand a little bit more about the attorney retainment in our timeline. But what I want to mention is this is important, because remember, Brian has just travelled on what I'm estimating is a 3-day journey all the way from Wyoming Spread Creek to Florida, and yet later that day, with his parents in the silver Ford Mustang, he visits Cassie for a day trip. Now, if I'd been driving for 2 days, 3 days, even 1 day, I'd probably want a long lie down. Yet Brian is out that day visiting his sister, and I find that intriguing. So it begs the question, how much rest was he getting on that trip from Spread Creek back to Florida? I suspect that's why I suspect it's at least a 3-day trip, if not slightly more, and that he was getting rest, because he was certainly physically able to travel with his parents later that day, having arrived back in Florida at 10:26 a.m. and then later that afternoon visit his sister. This is also the day that Gabby's phone stops pinging cell towers, so that's fairly significant. It can only be established that the phone was turned off or it ran out of battery. Again, this is the thing, when phones stop pinging, it's important not to necessarily at that point in time establish a nefarious issue to the phone suddenly not pinging. It might simply be that the phone ran out of power. So the 1st to the 3rd of September, the Laundrie cancelled trip. The Laundrie attorney, this is Bertolino, states that they had reservations but cancelled it. I'm not even going to read that. I have no idea who. Zoto Darrow from Reddit states it was cancelled via call on the 31st of August. I'll be honest with you, I have not verified that fully. 4th of September 2021, and there was so much nonsense about Brian and burner phones and whatever. Brian buys a phone. Brian buys a phone 4th of September. This is with Roberta. This is definitely verified by the FBI because they have it on CCTV. The question would be, why is Brian buying a phone on the 4th of September, 3 days after his return to Florida? I want to stress, it's not a prepaid phone he's buying. Because he opened an AT&T account during this purchase, which the FBI have as a registered purchase. He's accompanied by Roberta, his mother. This phone is now in the hands of the FBI, so the FBI have that particular phone. How they got it, where they retrieved it on, I have no idea. Stephen Bertolino has confirmed these details, and he confirmed these details on the 30th of September, referring to the events on the 4th of September and the AT&T account purchase. So we're on to the 1st to the 10th of September, and this is where things get very sketchy. So, as we said, Brian has bought this phone. It's not a prepaid burner phone because he opened the AT&T account, but during the 1st to the 10th of September, he's witnessed doing various things, walking with his parents, mowing the yard, doing stuff around the van, taking a bike ride, just general stuff. Nothing appears out of character. Now remember, I think this is really critical when people ask, oh, what was Brian doing? Where was he going? Who was monitoring him? Remember, Brian was not a suspect in the case. Brian wasn't missing. Gabby, not until the 10th or 11th of September, was even reported missing. Everything is like, nobody knows anything about what's going on. We don't, as ordinary observers. The media don't. So no one, the media wasn't camped out prior to the 11th of September at BrianLaundrie's family's parents' home. So there's no presence. There's no. So when you say, oh, well, the police didn't know what was going on there. Well, what about the media? Why didn't they know? Well, none of us knew what was going on, what had happened. There were no suspicions raised publicly and via police until late the 10th of September and the morning of the 11th of September. So backtracking to the 6th and 7th of September, the Fort DeSoto camping trip, Attorney Bertolino states the Laundrie family visited Fort DeSoto at Camp Plot 15. Dog the Bounty Hunter states 3 people went in and only 2 came out. Bertolino contradicts this, saying 3 went in and 3 came out. The FBI has refused to allow the Fort DeSoto camp to release CCTV footage. The paperwork states that Plot 15 was reserved until the 8th of September. However, the Laundrie family state they left, and this is stating, as always, via their solicitor, their attorney, they left on the 7th of September. Bertolino also states that Cassie, Brian's sister, came to visit him and her parents at the campsite on the 6th of September, which was the first day of the trip, between 2 p.m. and 8 p.m. and she brought her self and her family home because the kids had school the following day, so she got them home before 8 p.m. Now, the 7th of September 2011, activity around the camp. Neighbours state around the state, but a week after Brian returned, the family picked up the camper attached to their pickup truck. I know the neighbours they're referring to, and I'm very circumspect about this particular neighbourhood eyewitness report about movements and activities and camper vans, about what those 2 elderly neighbours have reported. I'm really skeptical about their accuracy and their timelines and Memorial Weekend and what have you. Okay, 9th, 10th of September, around then, again, neighbours spot the Laundries walking around the neighbourhood. Again, I want to emphasise, people mowing lawns, people out for walks. If I asked you last week when you last saw your neighbour, you'd say, oh yeah, he was out mowing the lawn, or he was painting the house, or he was standing doing the flower beds, or he was weeding the garden, or he was painting the gate, or he was doing whatever. If I honestly asked you what day was that and what time was it, you might have a vague idea of the time of day. Well, it wasn't the morning, but it was the afternoon, it was the mid-afternoon. But if I really asked you what day was it, you might try and associate it with a particular day to associate what you were doing that day. But let's face it, sometimes we forget what we were doing yesterday or the day before, let alone what somebody else was doing, and associating what we were doing and accounting for what they were doing and what day it was and what time it was. So we need to keep that in mind when we talk about eyewitness reports. 10th of September, Gabby's mother's contact with the Laundrie family. Gabby's mother texts Brian and his mother, Roberta, to find out what is happening with Gabby, but does not get a reply. This really is the evening merging into the 11th when the official missing persons report is filed by the Petito family. Joe Petito on the Dr. Phil TV show confirmed this was the original date, 10th of September. They tried to alert the authorities on Gabby being a missing person. Report finally gets accepted the following day, this is the 11th then. Police respond twice to the Laundrie home. I believe that was the early afternoon, I think the early evening, after reports of a public service incident. Now, there's been an awful lot of discussion as to whether Joe Petito ever went to the Laundrie home. Joe Petito lives in New York, doesn't live in Florida. These public service reports don't necessarily mean a public service offence or an offence outside your home physically. We've seen the revelations of the calls released by Norfolk Police. These are all related to phone text incidences. These are not related to somebody necessarily calling at the door, although Dog the bounty hunter called at the door. We had trespassers on the Laundrie property, media people, phone calls got made by the Laundrie family. We have a whole itinerary of that. So please don't read into this that this is somehow Joe Petito turning up at the Laundrie door and banging on the door and demanding to get in and find out where his daughter is. These are all related to phone calls and texts that were either communicated with, there was a response, there wasn't a response, or texts that weren't responded to. So let's not confuse this with some kind of person banging at a door in Norfolk, Florida, who arrived from New York. To my knowledge, Joe Petito has never said he arrived in Florida and went to the Laundrie home. Okay, where are we? The 10th to the 13th of September. A second camping trip. The Guthrie's neighbours witnessed the parents and Brian go on a 3-day family camping trip about a week and a half after Brian came home. It is uncertain the Guthrie's have their time. Again, this is in reference to what I already said. The Guthrie's, Fox News, contract. You only speak to us, no one else. That's the end of it. I really don't have too much hold of water in what the Guthrie's say or report. It might be well-meaning, but I don't think their dates or recollections are really all that accurate. 11th of September, the investigation opens. Gabby's mother formally reports her daughter missing to police. This process began the previous evening amid despondency from a lack of answers from the Laundries and a realisation that Gabby's van was still at the Laundries' home and she was clearly not there. A search begins near Teton National Park in Wyoming. This was the last known destination Gabby intended to go. This is the day some media began arriving at the Laundrie home, and this is really important when we talk about, if the police weren't watching them, well, what the hell was the media doing? Well, look, I can believe you me, The police would have been monitoring them shortly before the media ever arrived. The media only arrives when they're alerted that something's going on. So everybody was only arriving after this point, September the 11th. And realistically, it didn't truly build up. And when I say build up, media presence, I mean 24 hours a day, camped outside with tents, sitting on the neighbour across the road's lawn, you know, just staring at the Laundrie house, wondering when are they taking the garbage bins out, when are they taking an Amazon delivery in, will they come out, will they say anything, you know, none of that was happening at this stage on September the 11th. It really didn't ramp up for a good 2 days, so well into the 13th, 14th, when media presence there really ramped up. So, where are we? September the 11th, authorities enact warrants and impound Gabby's transit van and a Black Western digital external hard drive. No other details are revealed on what else was found and itemised and examined by forensic teams. So this is when the white Ford transit van was picked up from the Laundrie home. Brian retains lawyer and FBI speak to lawyer. So this is Bertolino qualifying this speaks to the FBI for the first time by phone. There still remains questions on exactly who attorney Stephen Bertolino is representing and client privilege, and this has really been everybody's question. And this brings into question client privilege. Can you represent one party, another couple party, a couple as a party, and do it, but do it in unison? And most lawyers won't do that. So there's some considerable question marks about Bertolino and his approach to this, and how competent he is in very serious criminal law. Bertolino really comes from the background as an estate lawyer, a real estate lawyer. Cassie Laundrie, Disney World visit again. We're on the, just to remind us, 11th of September. Cassie would later state at her Garden Press conference with protesters in October, so we're forwarding something that was related to September the 11th, that she ended the family Disney weekend trip with her husband Jimmy and kids early. She does not confirm a reason for this. Likely it is because she learned that Gabby was declared formally as a missing person by police, and this was also communicated to her by the Laundrie family and attorney. So Cassie Laundrie has contact with the police. She states that she was contacted by police and has been cooperating ever since. She says she last spoke to her brother on the Fort DeSoto camping trip, and that obviously, as we described, that was up till 8 p.m. on September the 6th. Now we're on to the 12th of September. Now this is Cassie claiming this. So Cassie Laundrie realizes, and this is in reflection of what she later revealed, but we're putting it in the timeline here, and I think it's important to put it in that way rather than when it was reported, to reflect back on the original timeline. So Cassie is now saying that on the 12th of September she realizes the transit van was back at the Laundrie home, but Gabby wasn't there. Now remember, this is after the DeSoto family get-together on the 6th of September. Make of that what you will. Now, maybe there's a confusion here, and it could be referring to the realization happening on the 2nd of September that Brian came back without Gabby. The News Nation interview was outside our house. The Petito parents also confirmed they were not aware until September 11-12 that Gabby's van was back at the Laundrie home since the morning of September the 1st. Overall, it underlines discrepancies in Cassie's initial timeline reported, considering she had met Brian on September the 1st, remember, with the parents. Date of Brian arrives back in Florida from Wyoming with her parents, and later at the Fort DeSoto Park on the afternoon of September 6th. So this all looks very strange. 13th of September, Northport police visit the Laundrie family home, but the parents refuse to allow them to speak to Brian. They are again referred to their attorney, Stephen Bertolino. We now know this was the day Brian left and went on his Carlton hiking trip. This won't be the first or last time the Northport police make public reference to the Laundrie family being uncooperative. Gabby's parents appeal to the public for more information. The Laundrie family, issue a statement via, and only via, their lawyer, Stephen Bertolino, saying they will be remaining in the background. That Brian has got an attorney and will not be cooperating with the investigators. Little is said about missing Gabby. Family attorney Stephen Bertolino confirms he last spoke to BrianLaundrie on both Sunday and Monday, September the 12th and 13th, but he didn't do it in person. As I say, Bertolino is based in New York. I believe he only ever, in this entire case, travelled once to meet the Laundrie family in Orlando, and I believe that was in late September. So the 13th of September, the Petito family plead public for Brian to come forward with information to help them find Gabby. Brian is refusing to tell the family where he last saw her. He is also refusing to explain why he left Gabby alone and drove her van back to Florida. Northport police state via CNBC that they had seen Brian but not spoken to him. It is unknown the original date of when the CNBC footage was recorded. This really led to a real dropping of the ball by Northport police. We later realised that, quite contrary to the facts stated to CNBC, the Northport police did not have eyes on Brian. The last time Brian is seen, the Laundrie family, this is the last day to see Brian. He reportedly tells them he's going hiking in the Carlton Wildlife Reserve. The Laundrie family later revised the last seen date from September 14 Tuesday to September 13 Monday. And I think this is significant. I believe all this happened because the media provided attorney Stephen Bertolino with footage of the silver Ford Mustang parked at the Laundrie driveway in the early hours of Wednesday, September the 15th, and it could not have been retrieved from the Carlton Reserve as originally claimed by the family on Thursday, September the 16th. The Laundrie and attorney will later revise their timeline, which we know they did. Gabby's biological father goes on Fox News to express his frustration and anger at the Laundrie family for them refusing to speak and cooperate with law enforcement. This is on September the 13th. 15th. This is the Tuesday. No, sorry, Monday, September the 13th. Police leave a warning on Laundrie's vehicle, a silver Ford Mustang, the one the Laundrie family found parked near the Carlton Reserve, according to their attorney. The note asked for the vehicle to be removed. It is unclear why this vehicle was served with a notice so early. The Carlton Reserve Wildlife Park allows up to 5 days before removal and towing when a ticket warning is served for overstay. It may be that the vehicle was parked in a non-designated area. We've later learned that was the reason why the vehicle was ticketed. It had nothing to do with a 5-day stay. It was that the vehicle was in an area where it shouldn't have been. You park in an area where you should be and you do an overstay, you get your 5 days. But this was not the case here. This vehicle was essentially illegally parked in a curious area. And it's strange because it reminds me a little bit, and keep it in your mind, of that picture, the red, white and blue Bethune video of the precariously parked white transit van at Spread Creek where Gabby Petito lost her life. That Ford Mustang and the way it was reported by the landscape workers reminds me an awful lot of that. Let me explain. Later, 3 park landscape workers reported to media that on the afternoon of September 14th, which is the Tuesday, they had attempted to mow the grass on the reserve off a parkway and that a car was awkwardly parked and backed onto the grass way, and they had to work around it. It's likely this is the reason the Mustang was so ticketed early on. On the 15th of September, BrianLaundrie is labelled by police as a person of interest. Now let me stress, a person of interest is exactly that, a person of interest. They are not a suspect. There's a big difference between a person of interest and a person of a suspect. A person of interest can later become a suspect and can later be arrested. But a person of interest is simply a person of interest. In other words, that's a person on our list we're interested in. We're interested in their movements, what they're up to, what they have to say for themselves, but there's no onus on that person to say anything. The 15th of September was also when the Moab City body cam footage was released. A second police officer's footage was later released, and the 15th of September was also when Gabby's stepfather joined the search. On the 16th, this is the 16th will be the Thursday. Yes, the Thursday is the 16th. The Laundrie parents said they realised that Brian did not come home from his hike the 15th, 16th of September, Wednesday, Thursday. So that is when they picked up his Mustang and drove it back. They left it until Thursday, 16th of September, as they hoped Brian would return home. As I've clarified, everything shifted 24 hours back when Bertolino was given the footage by media of the Mustang already being back on the Wednesday. Petito family statement to Laundrie family. The Petito family issue a statement through their lawyer asking the Laundrie family and public to help find Gabby. And there's also, that day there was a tip to the FBI. Jessica Schultz contacts FBI to tell them to look for Gabby at Spread Creek. Again, Schultz was along with the Red, White and Bethune was critical in the help to find Gabby's unfortunate body. It's the last time that Northport police state they knew specifically where Brian was located. This is obviously we're referring to September the 16th. We know the screw up that happened there. On the October the 22nd, the Northport police confirmed to News Nations journalist Brian Ensign that hidden surveillance cameras had been installed around the Laundrie property before and after his disappearance on September the 13th, and later a serious surveillance mishap by MPPD Northpoint Police Department would be admitted. If you dropped a ball, you couldn't drop a ball heavier than that one. 17th of September, the Laundrie family declared to authorities that BrianLaundrie is missing. Oh, woo woo. Okay, big surprise there. The first time they speak with the investigators. A missing persons file is formally logged with Northport Police. Authorities on the 17th of September also confirmed that the Petito case has no connection to the Mohawk couple Crystal Turner and Cole Schultz, who were both shot and killed at Wyoming Camp Park. Now I want to stress the location that Gabby's body would be eventually found was Spread Creek. The Mohawk couple, Crystal Turner and Cole Schultz, that was a considerable distance. I off the top of my head, I believe it's something like 80 miles, 70, 80 miles further northwest. It wasn't remotely close to Spread Creek, although the couple being Brian and Gabby had passed through that area, admittedly. Northport police visit Laundrie home. This is the 17th again. The attorney for the Laundrie family, Stephen Bertolino, has confirmed that on Friday 17th of September, Northport police contacted him and they had a hotline tip that BrianLaundrie had been spotted in Tampa and they wished to visit the Laundrie home. This visit was arranged for 6:15 p.m. that evening. He suggests it was a ruse to enter the Laundrie family home. It's likely that this was the date Northport Police Department realised their misidentification of BrianLaundrie for Roberta, returning home in the Mustang on September the 15th, and he was no longer there at the home. I think that's really significant. I think the reason why they contacted Stephen Bertolino was very much for what I've explained there. They realised they dropped the ball. Damn it. That wasn't Brian that we saw in the car. He's not at home. He really is missing, as was suggested earlier that week. Oh damn, we dropped the ball here. And then suddenly they got on to Bertolino, and Bertolino was going, I told you, he went on the Monday, Tuesday. He's, you weren't listening to me. 18th of September. The FBI and police launch a manhunt. And it was significant that that word was used on that date. Because remember, BrianLaundrie is a person of interest. So it's one thing to have a missing person, have a person of interest. It's another thing to describe something as a manhunt. A manhunt is something associated with something nefarious. The parents state last time they saw him, he was headed to the Carlton Wildlife Reserve. 19th of September 2021. Video footage dated 27th of August 2021 released locating the missing Ford Transit van in the Grand Teton National Park. this is really the key. This is the red, white and Bhutan footage which tragically led to the discovery of Gabby's body. And on the 19th of September, the FBI announced that a body had been found and that they suspected straight away that it was Gabby, but no concrete confirmation is made public. But really, within 24 hours, they pretty much, without officially confirming it, had said, we believe it is her. The FBI and the Wyoming park authorities clearly had information to know what they were dealing with and who they were dealing with in this case. This was also the date that Cassie gave an interview on ABC Channel 7 New York, and kind of like the later interview she gave on her lawn with protesters kind of conflicted some of what was going on, and she had to requalify what she said in the Channel 7 to Channel 7 New York. And really at this stage, this was really, I think, when for the Laundrie family things were really starting to fall apart. The pressure was on them. They outwardly, at least to the public, they didn't appear to be cooperating. On the 20th, Northport police confirmed the suspension of the search for BrianLaundrie in the Carlton Reserve. No reason is given. This annoyed me. This went on and off, on and off, on and off. It was very clear. Everybody said for weeks when BrianLaundrie was missing, why are they searching in the Carlton Park? It's not there. It's in Canada. It's in Alaska. It's in Cuba. It's in the Soto Park. He's on the face of the moon. He was everywhere other than what the authorities were saying. We need to understand that we don't have the full details of this case and why so much resources were expended in the Carlton Park. Whether we like it or not, whether it pisses us off or not, that's where the remains of BrianLaundrie were ultimately found. It might have been in the Myakkahatchee adjacent park, but essentially they were still in the right area. They had evidence. The FBI had firm evidence. That's the last place Brian went. And despite everybody saying, oh, he's not there. No, that's nonsense. Listen to Dog the Bounty Hunter. DeSoto, that's where he is, He's on the trail. It's on the trail. That's where he is. He's in Mexico. No. Brian's remains were found where they were always searching, in the Carlton Wildlife Park. It's where the vehicle he travelled there was found, parked. Whatever nonsense the parents went on with recovering the vehicle and the reasons behind it and what they knew or didn't know, they also knew he was there. The authorities knew he was there, whether alive or not. So on the 20th, 2 officers also visited Cassie Laundrie on Monday afternoon to interview her. She lives in Lakewood Ranch, 35 miles north from her parents. So this search, remember now, has started for BrianLaundrie. It's on, it's off, there's resources, there's cadaver dogs going in, there's boats going in, heavy terrain vehicles. The Florida governor says all resources are available to search this everything. The kitchen sink is going in here, and yet at times, periodically, the search seems to be switched off, and you wonder, well, maybe they've got it wrong, and I can understand that, and maybe that's what started the concern. I actually believe it was more to do with the weather, the nature of the terrain, the difficulty, the awaiting Florida authorities to get and gather information and intelligence from the FBI, and that's what was leading them more and more to just hold off. He's probably not alive. He's in there, but he's probably not alive. And I think that's what was going on at the time. And if he's not alive, he ain't going nowhere. And if he ain't going nowhere, then give us better information to know exactly where he was last. And I think over the 3 or 4 weeks, that was probably what was going on. And it might have been detail and working behind the scenes with the parents and saying, give it a rest. There's a lady who's lost her life. Your son is missing. He's probably not with us anymore. If you want resolution here, give us more information. Stop pissing us around and just be straight with us. Talk about the movements. Talk about state of mind. Give us more. And I think slowly but surely, in the more recent weeks as we move through this timeline, that's, I think, ultimately what started to happen. September the 21st, the Petito family lawyer confirms the body found was that of Gabby Petito. The autopsy by Teton County Coroner Dr. Brent Blue confirms the death is a homicide, but the exact cause of death has yet to be determined, released to the public. The FBI appeals to the public. FBI Special Agent in charge, Michael Schneider, asks for a public assistance in locating BrianLaundrie. Search for BrianLaundrie resumes in the resumes in the Carlton Park, and then really I'm not going to go through this Deer Park sightings. You know, Brian is sighted on Mars. He's sighted on the trail. He's sighted here, there, and everywhere. Everybody's mother and father saw him in the local grocery store. The manhunt goes on. The underwater teams move in. On the 22nd of September, an arrest warrant for BrianLaundrie is granted, but not yet made public. The warrant would later be unsealed. This is an important thing as well. Anybody who has access as a journalist to the PACER system follows cases, legal cases, when they get registered, and sometimes warrants, arrest warrants, search warrants are registered there, and you just have a case number and you know it's to do with that case, but you don't have any details, and later it gets unsealed, and that's to protect law enforcement officers and information not getting to the public until law enforcement officers have done their duty and executed the warrant or executed the arrest. And that's important. And I think we'll see in the nature of this case, from me following it on PACER, and it coming through to the media, because I know media, decent, reputable sources in the media do have access to that system, but they cannot necessarily legally report some of the things that are there. They have to protect themselves, and they have to protect an investigation, and they have to try and cooperate with law enforcement. So there are times where, you know, they have details, but they can't be released. It's one of the examples earlier in this timeline. If you've followed Movie Nation on Brian Enton, it's why he said at the time he could not discuss surveillance cameras, and his awareness that surveillance cameras were in the street and around the Laundrie property, because he was asked not to do that, and by revealing it would have created a legal problem, because legal authorities have to prosecute a case. If anything happens that compromises that case, none of us want the guilty party getting away on a technicality because, oh, well, you know, I was discriminated against, or there was an issue with the case. I get away in a technicality. No one wants that. Okay, I'm not really gonna deal too much of this. I'll briefly mention it. If this is about this account that was supposedly connected to BrianLaundrie on Instagram, that you know, ridiculous crap happened in this case by a number of very, very dubious YouTubers, and YouTubers who are not just writing about it, but are there in Florida protesting, making a fuss, inserting themselves into the case, and who themselves, and I'll say it bluntly now, have their own criminal history and issues with fraud, and have inserted themselves into the case and inserted themselves in front of the camera. And this is the problem that we've had with this case. Before and after BrianLaundrie's remains were found. And that's deeply troubling now. But unfortunately, with cases that I cover in true crime cases, this is becoming more and more of a regularity. Obsessive people, people with mental issues who get involved with cases like this, who really are more out for troubling reasons. The first reward on the 23rd of September was set. The Bohoff law firm in Northport offers a $20,000 reward for anyone who may have information leading to Laundrie's location. We learned that Brian used his mother's Ford Mustang. That was no major surprise to us. On that date as well, that's the 23rd of September, the Laundrie family citing the Laundrie parents are spotted going on the Ram 1500 pickup to their lawyer in Orlando. That's connected with what I was saying to you, that was the one time that Stephen Bertolino confirmed he did actually physically travel from New York to Orlando to meet the Laundrie family. An arrest warrant for BrianLaundrie is updated and unsealed on the Pacer system and made public. Brian is charged with the unauthorised use of a debit card to make unauthorised withdrawals of more than $1,000 during the time Petito went missing. 24th of September, we have the visual for Gabby in her hometown of Blue Point. Again, more crap from whether it's TikTokers or YouTubers. You know, in this case, I won't even mention his name. This was another concocted video, deliberately speculated by a YouTuber, purporting to show BrianLaundrie posting to Instagram, wearing Croc shoes beside water on a boat. You know, the whole idea, oh, is he on a boat to Mexico or Cuba or something? Again, no time for shitheads like this on social media, who are just creating nonsense and stories to purport and continue a tragedy for attention themselves. Brian has no phone or money. Attorney Bertolino states that Brian left the family home with no phone or money. When asked if Brian had a weapon, the attorney says unknown. I know there's been an awful lot of discussion as to whether Brian was into weapons, whether he had a gun, whether legal or not legal. We have heard no details on that. There is some I don't think it's a video, I think it's an Instagram photo purportedly of Gabby pointing a gun into her mouth. When that photo was analysed, it's not a gun. It's not a gun. It's something else. It's certainly not a gun. People purporting that they saw a gun in Brian's apartment from Instagram photos when, for fuck's sake, he was 17 or 18 in college. Again, guys, stop seeing things you want to see in photographs. Analyze them, think about it, work through it. Stop just reading and accepting crap that you read on the internet or on a YouTube video, or staring at a video or a photograph and just seeing what you want to see because it supports what you think goes on in there. 25th of September 2021. Dog the Bounty Hunter joins the hunt for Brian and shows up at the Laundrie family home at around 18:30 Eastern Standard Time, 6:30 in the evening. It is considered by many of the public as something of a constructive media stunt to give attention to the case. Look, all I can say on Dog the Bounty Hunter, no disrespect, the man is a bounty hunter. He's had some terrific successes. He's had some great media shows that have been successful. Like all people like that, he understands audience, showmanship, and he utilises it. Whether good or bad, and whether you believe it's good or bad in this case, all I'll say is I had the one positive thing to turn the attention on the the event of the 6th to the 7th of September, the Soto Park visit by the Laundrie family, which included Brian and Cassie and her husband and kids who joined them. It at least focused the attention on that, and that there were details we weren't seeing in public and being released by the FBI. I frankly don't have any issue, and I compliment him for at least helping to emphasize and bring that out. Had it not been for him, we might not have known an awful lot of those details regarding his search in the you know, calling to the family home. Was it a publicity stunt? Wasn't it? What was he really expecting? Searching all the islands around DeSoto Park. Okay, I respect. BrianLaundrie hadn't been found. Maybe he genuinely thought he was there. The campsite with the monster can. I'm not hitting on Dog the Bounty Hunter. I think he had some positive impact on the case, but realistically, I go back to what I've said earlier, and I'll emphasize it again. Law enforcement always knew that BrianLaundrie ended somewhere in the Carlton Park, and they were convinced of that, and they stuck with it. And Dog's thing with DeSoto and what family members and what CCTV, who was in the truck or who wasn't in the truck and who came out, and you know, it was neither here nor there, because that happened on the 6th to the 7th of September, and we know Brian didn't get to Carlton Park for several days later. So really, it's a fuss and an irrelevance, really. It other than, okay, Cassie was there, what did they talk about? It's interesting, it's fascinating what was going on in their minds, what was talked about, but really it doesn't get us anywhere. It didn't find Gabby Petito's body. It didn't find Brian later. None of that really worked out or added anything greatly to the case. It was more of a sideshow. 26th of September, the FBI continued gathering DNA. The FBI visited the Laundrie home to gather DNA evidence at 11 a.m. Gabby has a memorial at Long Island, New York. The family also set up the foundation as the Gabby Petito Foundation. 27th of September, the Laundrie family statement from Mr. Bertolino again. Chris and Roberta Laundrie do not know where Brian is. They are concerned about Brian and hope the FBI locate him. The speculation by the public and some in the press that the parents assisted Brian in leaving the family home or avoiding arrest on a warrant that was issued after Brian had been missing for several days is just wrong. Petito family statement confirming a press conference at 1 p.m. That conference went ahead. We've seen it. Again, tragic and upsetting. Again, about Dog and DeSoto Park. More things about, you know, I saw so much of this. People going on flight radar, watching helicopters over DeSoto Park, over this place, that place. Half the time not realising some of them were media helicopters, some of them were just medical helicopters. Florida is a very large state in the United States. Shit happens there. People get murdered. There are cases every evening. Go online this evening. Go on flight radar over anywhere in Florida and you will see media helicopters flying, medical helicopters flying, police helicopters flying, and they're all associated with different cases. They ain't all looking for BrianLaundrie, and unfortunately that was the problem around this time. Everybody assumed every feckin' time a helicopter got in the air it had something to do with BrianLaundrie. And tragically, as you know, we've had cases in Florida where people have also went missing. We've had murder cases since in Florida. they've actually found bodies in the Carlton Park. That's happened over years. It's happened more recently. You know, it happens. People get lost. People homeless. People on poor times end up in places like that, and they meet a tragic end. And bodies get found. And far too much speculation got associated with some non-associated incidents with the case, specifically with the search for BrianLaundrie. Okay, this is more about Mr. Bertolino yet again revising timelines and reinventing life as we know it. 29th of September. Again, more about Dog the Bounty Hunter. I've touched upon this. I'm not going to go over it again. This was Dog bringing in his own canine units. He does have his own team. He very much believes, I do understand that retired law enforcement officers shouldn't be just shelved, that police involved in long-term careers and cases should be utilised and use their know-how, and physically capable officers that are retired often get involved in this kind of work, with whether it's Dog the Bounty Hunter or other cases, or become private investigators. You know, there is a constructive need for some of that, so I'm not knocking it. 30th of September, the Laundries parents are seen leaving their home at 9:10 a.m. and come back at 11:46. This was the problem. Every movement that the Laundries did, whether receiving an Amazon package, whether out watering the flowers, you know, you name it, every considerable and thinkable conspiracy theory, from hands rising up out of flower beds, bunkers in the back garden, every considerable conspiracy was attached. The parents literally couldn't move without, what's going on there? Must be something in that, you know. Getting a pizza, what's going on there? And that was the world that started to envelop this case, which to almost turned it into a circus. 30th of September, the FBI collected more personal items connected to Brian from the home. We learned a little bit more about the actual arrest warrant around the bank fraud. Again, I'm not going to go into too much detail there. This was October the 1st, Dog's mateship campsite. Again, there was no evidence to connect that with Brian, and this is really the problem. When you travel to parks, reserves, wildlife areas, open spaces, you are always going to come across the remnants of hikers being there before, homeless people, people up to mischief. You know, that's just the nature of open spaces that are secluded and hidden away, and you've got to be careful attaching anything to a criminal case that is separate and not even in the area to it, just because it might be. 2nd of October 2021, hiker Dennis Davis states he is confident he saw He is confident he saw Brian driving in a white pickup around 12:30 a.m. on Saturday 2nd of October in Tennessee, North Carolina border. He claims Brian was dazed, said that he had to get back to his girlfriend. Me and my girlfriend got in a fight and she called me, told me she loves me and I have to get to California to see her. This was, you know, no offense, I'm sure Dennis was well intentioned. I suspect Dennis was listening a little bit too much to the media, to what was going on in the case, and was ascribing things to an event and meeting that really was of nothing value, and he ascribed it to something because everybody was so, every bald man must be BrianLaundrie. Going to gas station, it's BrianLaundrie. Somebody buying, in the local store, buying a 12-pack of toilet roll, must be BrianLaundrie. And that's the stage things got in this case, an absolute feckin' circus. And that, when you get into that stage and more of those hundreds of lines of investigation are reported, legitimately, whether it's the police or the FBI, whatever authorities, they have to be checked out. They at least have to be checked to be saying, no, that's garbage, just eliminate that. But they still have to be checked. That takes resources. And that takes valuable resources away from important lines of inquiry that really do need focus and a sense of, hey, there might be something in this. This needs to be checked up. And there was far too many lines of inquiry in the, not so much in the situation with Cassie, with Gabby, but in the situation with the BrianLaundrie search, because everything had ramped up by that stage, and it was every nonsense and any nonsense, and that takes a huge amount of resources. And that's not to explain away fuck-ups by law enforcement, and there were, in this case, particularly Northport Police. And it was really sad the way it developed. I think the worst aspect of that was the morning after BrianLaundrie's remains were found. That sad and pathetic press conference that was presented, that press conference for nothing at something like 9 or 10 a.m. in the morning, nothing more than a backslapping appreciation of how wonderful have we been. Well, yeah, basically two old fogies, the Laundrie's parents, waltzed in, and 30 minutes later, they found a dry bag. They found essentially the area where their son had disappeared, where we understand, according to the lawyer, they've been telling you for weeks he was the Carlton Reserve, at the start of the Carlton Reserve, where he parked his car, and not that far away from it, along the trails that he went there with us as parents when he was a younger kid. That's where they found him. It's just crazy. But hey, let's slap ourselves on the back, after, two people in their late 50s just come in and essentially not quite find the remains of their son, but essentially say, over there, that's where we said he was. You know, you weren't listening to us. You know, why weren't you listening to us? 4th of October 2021. Cassie has our front press garden conference. I think we went over this earlier. She confirmed that she was at DeSoto Park for 6 hours. Brian was there and sort of claimed that they didn't really talk much about, you know, things, you know, which of course we all know would have been bizarre, you know, so we don't really buy that, Cassie, you know, but we understand that's what you've been told to say or not say by the FBI. Understood. We just come out and say that, which in fairness she pretty much did. I can't talk about that, but it all seems bizarre to us. The 9th to the 15th, the targeted search continues using cadaver dogs. As rainwaters recede, armed searchers are used for the first time. This was all, I don't know, this was all a bit crazy. Aaron Mull has looked at this area over a period of time, and while there were, and look, we all looked at the what is it, WLFA, JB and Josh, and you know, every day their live streams, and I think it was Paul, wasn't it, in the helicopter. We all watched the area and the crazy vehicles going through it, and but some of those areas, and in particular the area where the body was, is being described as a hell of a lot more waterlogged than it necessarily was. You know, again, to go back to that conference, the police saying, oh, you know, I think I remember one of them showing, you know, that the embarrassing press conference the morning after BrianLaundrie's remains were found. Oh, it was up to here. It was, you know, it was up to here. 4 or 5 foot high. The record of that area and the water in there does not show that the waters were that high. It does not show. There were certain areas that were, but specifically where the body was found, the areas were not that sunken. They were not that sunken. And it still baffles me as to why cadaver dogs could not have scented human remains that waft across the surface, particularly because a body will initially it becomes bloated, it changes, it expands, it decomposes, comes to the surface, it eventually drops down again. So the aromas, shall we say, are left on the surface, the soil and the areas are around, and cadaver dogs will pick that up, and particularly dogs that are skilled in picking up particular scent in areas like that should have picked that up if they were in the area. Now maybe they weren't in the area at the right time. I don't know. I don't know what the hell was going on in that search. They seemed to throw the kitchen sink at it park it for a day or two, had helicopters, had drones, the airboats. I've been in Florida, been on an airboat in Florida, amazing machines. The mud machines that you saw the searchers also burrowing through, 6-wheel, 8-wheel machines that went over amazing terrains. You know, what was going on? What was going on there all the time? When supposedly we were told, parents were saying, went to the Carlton Reserve, told you, he's there. Still there. Then they find him. Told you. October 12th, Wyoming coroner, cause of death. This is in relation to Gabby Petito. Dr. Brent Blue confirms that Gabby Petito's cause of death was by manual strangulation, throttling, and time of death was 3 to 4 weeks prior to when her body was found on September the 19th. That's an important thing, because with criminal cases, strangulation is a very personal thing. Strangulation is not something that, if you get into a row with somebody and you you lose your mind and somebody's life ends up getting taken, it's not done. You either stab them, shoot them, beat them to death. Strangulation is a very personal thing. It's not a common form of death where premeditation is not necessarily involved. What I mean, where it's, you don't go out to strangle someone. You don't go out and say, oh, I'm heading out tonight to strangle somebody. Strangulation is a force of emotion that happens in a moment, but there can be some premeditation that you want to do some harm, but not necessarily by that mode, but in the moment that's the choice. But it is very, very personal, and it most often occurs with people who intimately know each other. Couples, man, wife, parents, very close friends. It's not something necessarily that happens with strangers, if you like, where it's the harm that is done is much more removed. You're beaten to death, you're stabbed, you're shot, pushed, clubbed to death, whatever. The fact that she was there 3 or 4 weeks certainly puts it at the timeline of in and around August 27th, 28th, probably at the latest. October 13th, there's confirmation from the attorney Stephen Bertolino for the Laundrie family that the charges against Brian for fraud do pertain to the use of Gabby's debit cards and bank accounts. And that was the first admittal, because if you actually look at the papers themselves, the documents, the court documents in the case, the warrants, they don't actually mention or list Gabby specifically. 15th of October, the North Point Police release heavily redacted logs of incidences at the Laundrie, the Laundrie home. I went through this before. I think there have been up to 50 or more calls at this stage. Some of them, I'm sure, entirely legitimate to do with protesters, trespassing, maybe media harassment, prank phone calls, but there are definitely some calls there of a great deal of concern. But for all the two Laundrie parents were concerned about saying nothing publicly, by God, they were certainly very busy on the phone a lot of evenings, phoning the police to tell them all about who's pissing them off. I got some of this information. Probably, I'm just going to very briefly run over it. It was relevant at the time when I filled this in on the 16th of October. And I got this information from Michael B. Cohn, a lawyer, regarding what the situation was. This was obviously referring to if Brian is still alive and what's the situation. And I just quickly run through it. It should be understood that a fugitive from justice does not necessarily mean someone who escaped from prison or escaped while under arrest or when being questioned by federal authorities, referencing the law, but can also be interpreted as a person under federal indictment or information who did not show up for a hearing after a federal court had issued a bench warrant. In a federal case, there are no exemptions to this charge, although in a case prosecuted by the state, there are 14 individual states within the United States that give exemptions to family members, and this is where I think I wanted to go into this. 4 additional states greatly reduce liability to family members in reference to penalties. Family members are defined as a spouse or sibling, parent, grandparent, children or grandchildren. Florida is one of the states that allow this exemption. Exceptions to this are cases where the primary offender is alleged to have committed child abuse or the murder of a child under the age of 18 years. This charge may be waived if the court finds that the person claiming the indemnity is a victim of domestic violence. Almost all those logs refer to phone calls from or to the Laundrie home about protester disturbances, noise complaints, disturbance calls, trespassing at the Laundrie property over a period of 6 weeks. I wanted to go over that just quickly. I felt it was important. It's simply because there's been an awful lot of questions in regards to look, 2 people have lost their lives. I said privately and publicly on this case, when it happened, this is not going to end well for 2 sets of parents. And I said that before Gabby was found, and I said that before Brian was found, before either was found. This is not going to end well, and it hasn't. So, I'm concerned of 2 sets of families. I'm also concerned with the whole behaviour of the Laundrie family, the lack of outreach to the Petito and Schmidt families. And I know everybody says, okay, Gabby's dead, Brian's dead, who can we get? What next? I have no doubt there will be civil cases involved in this, and it's not pretty, one family against the other. I'm convinced that's going to happen. I hope not, but I suspect it could. When a case ends like this, where one person's life is taken in a homicide, and the person who potentially we suspect committed the homicide also ends up dead, it's never a great end, notwithstanding for the families and friends of the people involved on what happened and how do we let this happen. But worse, as a people and as people interested in this case, it leaves us with unanswered questions. Maybe intimately the families know more, and that's their entitlement, just as their defense is their entitlement and their legal representation is their entitlement. But it often leaves the rest of us with still asking questions as to what exactly happened, and we may never know this. In this case, the family may decide, for example, Gabby's full detailed autopsy may never get released. We don't know that. Some of those details might come out more in a civil case. We don't know the full details of whether Stephen Bertolino will continue representing the Laundrie family. We don't know if any charges will involve the Laundrie family, whether even legally there can be charges brought against them. If you're in one decent state, Florida's one place to be in, to certainly protect you from that. So I can't say that anything. We may morally feel what the Laundries did, the Laundrie parents did, was wrong, if they did something wrong. But that's a perception, and that's a perception of us in not knowing the full details of the case, and it's important to keep that in perspective. There's no point. Never come to a criminal case and analyze it, but only analyze it with an emotive mind. It doesn't work that way, and you cannot do that, because you'll always arrive in the wrong place. You can have empathy and you can have sympathy for the parties and where you feel affiliated with that empathy and sympathy, but never approach the facts and the details and the evidence of a case purely on heart and emotion, because it won't resolve anything for you or for the case. And we don't know where this case is going to go, and I don't know whether the Northport Police, the FBI, are or will ever bring any charges, or whether there are charges to be brought against the Laundrie family. It might turn out that what we know of this case and how the Laundrie family behaved is not quite in the same way as has been projected through the media, because the media is a lens, and you need to understand the lens first before you understand what you're seeing at the end of the lens. 20th of October 2021. Chris and Roberta Laundrie went to the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park this morning to see Brian. The FBI and NPPD were informed last night of Brian's intentions and that they met Chris and Roberta there this morning. After a brief search of a trail that Brian frequented, some articles belonging to Brian were found. As of now, law enforcement is conducting a more thorough investigation of that area. And that was Steve Bertolino, the attorney. The office of the medical examiner confirmed that they'd found remains. Northport Police confirmed a command centre had been set up. I think we all saw that go down There was then later that day a press conference confirming that human remains, a backpack, a dry bag. That's one of those bags you bring on. And don't go crazy. People on camping trips bring dry bags, but they don't necessarily bring dry bags because they're going to dive into a river or a swamp, or they bring dry bags because the weather's poor. There's items, could be food, electronic devices, just things they need to keep dry. People often hang items from trees as well to keep them off the ground, away from predators, that kind of thing. So people and van life and understand certain aspects of what you bring and what you don't bring. So and yeah, I suppose there's an argument, you might say, that if Brian went to the Carlton Wildlife Reserve on the 13th of September to deal with matters personally, to deal with guilt, to decide that's it, off with myself, yeah, you ask yourself, why do you need to bring a dry bag? Why do you need to bring anything? So just walk out the door and just go there. You don't need to bring anything with you. If you're not going to be here tomorrow alive, then why bring anything connected with survival? Or I don't know. I think from the 27th or 28th of August, I don't think that guy was in the right mind. His whole behaviour, movements, hitchhiking from the 27th onwards, away from the white transit van, back to the transit van, like almost trying to rethink things, come up with an excuse, an alibi, then drive all the way back, then try and play normal, then the Soto part of it, then the Carl disappearing in the Carlton Wildlife Park. The whole thing is just a guy that just wasn't completely plugged in, and for a considerable time, at least since that August, wasn't thinking straight, and clearly by people around him should have seen that this guy needs help. This guy's in trouble. 22nd of October, Northport police confirmed to News Nation journalist Brian Ensign that hidden surveillance cameras had been installed around the Laundrie home before and after. That was significant. Before and after his disappearance. Okay, we'll just quickly go through these final things. The coroner confirms an anthropologist is assisting in the examination of skeletal bones, and people have went on. Look, the body was identified by dental records. If your body is identified by dental records, that's pretty accurate. I've already seen nonsense stories about, the relation was a dentist, he must have faked the record, crap like that out there. Please, don't go there. You can't fake a dental record. And how do you fake a dental record of a body that you don't want to be, the one, or you wanted to be the person that the remains are found? You don't know, then how on earth can you fake it? It doesn't make, it's nonsense. It doesn't make any sense. Clearly there was a lower part of the skull, or part of it that was found with had dentures on it. You don't just do it with one tooth. There had to be some set of dentures found. There had to be some form of other bones, and part of the body could have decomposed and broken up so much. Yes, but again, I still, as I said earlier, the work that Aaron Mull did, I don't believe that area was quite as swamped as supposedly suggested by the Northport police. Okay, 24th of October. Yeah, this was hiker Olivia Vital finds a water bottle close to where BrianLaundrie's skeletal remains were found at the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park. The water bottle is an REI Seek Nature Co-op Nalgene bottle, the same brand of bottle used by Gabby and Brian on their vantage trip. I think it was very clear that when these were found, you know, it was obvious it's the same type of bottle. How they got there, is it whether Brian himself brought that bottle with him and it was in his belongings at the time. I don't know. What I do know is it's been played up an awful lot more that this water bottle is somehow some bizarre and rare, like finding a dinosaur bone in the middle of nowhere, like some rarity. It isn't. This bottle for $15 you can pick this up on the internet, and it's for sale in Tampa, Florida. These are the camping people. These products, associated products with camping, are known very commonly. Whether this is the specific Brian and Gabby water bottle, I don't know. It certainly does bring into question the people who found it, and perhaps not the people who found it, but rather the people who associated with the people who found it, is more of my concern. 25th of October. The Laundrie attorney to the family, the final autopsy examination of BrianLaundrie's skeletal remains has not yet been established, and a cause of death, that is, to a cause of death and manner of death. A further examination will be carried out by an anthropologist. This news was conveyed publicly by Laundrie attorney Stephen Bertolino. I'm not going to go through that. We've gone over the Northport police admitting to mistakes during the whole cocked up investigation. The gist of the last entry dates is that if we do get any further confirmation regarding BrianLaundrie's remains, it is indicated that it'll probably be later this month, and wherever and whenever you're watching this now, that is November 2021, late November 2021 is probably when we'll likely get more details around that. I do suspect overall, to finish up, we are going to start over the coming month or 2 months. I know the media has kind of quietened down on this, and this is why I want to do this now rather than get caught up in the whole circus of it. I wanted to do it now in retrospect. With hindsight, I do think over the coming month or two we will start to learn a little bit more about what went on, both regarding Gabby, the nature of her death, and Brian, exactly what happened. And I would hope, in fairness, that the FBI at some stage, sooner than later, hopefully this year, will hold a press conference, or at the very least release a fulsome statement giving at least the basic timeline and broad details of the case, what they believe happened, and will deliver that to the Petito family and indeed to the Laundrie family, and say, look, this is what we believe happened, this is what transpired. Clearly the person of interest, which is likely to have been the perpetrator, cannot be prosecuted as the person is deceased, but this is what we believe happened, and that's at least, I think, the public deserve in a case where, quite frankly, the public have played a huge role, and not just the public, quite frankly, social media, YouTubers, considering that that's where Gabby started out as a YouTuber, building an Instagram and YouTube channel as a van lifer. It's ironic that so many things that evolved in this case, that happened, evidence that came to light, didn't come through police work, it actually came through social media. The other van lifers. I think that's probably what's intrigued most people about this case. I think there hasn't been a great deal that has happened in the past, probably realistically past 10 days. There was the clarification on the 28th of October that the incident in the Mary Piglets in Jackson Hole, that was maybe exaggerated. They didn't have CCTV footage. I think I covered that earlier, where I linked back in the timeline. BrianLaundrie's Instagram account has been deleted, and effectively I get a sense from Stephen Bertolino on the 3rd of November 2021, where he says, the Laundrie attorney Stephen Bertolino confirms the FBI has all information required from family, that effectively for him, at least in this point, we've told them everything and more we can tell them, we don't have. It's almost kind of declaring it as case closed. That's it, tragic, 2 people dead, but that's the end of the story for us, which was kind of a curious statement from him. But there you go. Sometimes that's the way attorneys are. That pretty much brings us up to the end of the timeline. I've skipped over an awful lot of the more recent couple of weeks, because really it's just repeating and clarifying what I'd gone over again. Again, what I'll do is, just before I do the final segment for this video, what I will do is I will put this timeline as a document in the YouTube video on the Radio Espial link, the playlist, so you can click it and go through it yourself. I'll do my best to try and keep it updated, but like I said, at this stage, there's not a great deal been happening. I don't expect until the end of this month more to happen. But there you go. I hope that's been helpful. I can waffle a bit. I hope I've gone into enough detail. Check the link. The timeline is there if you want to go through it in much more detail and read it yourself. Hey, it's it's substantial. I think it's 30 pages there. I think something like 9,000 words. It's taken me quite a while to do it, and I've generally done it over the last 2 months. So there you go. There'll be one more concluding piece before I finish out this episode of Radio Espial, episode 15. But yeah, let's just go to that. Okay. Welcome back. That was quite a lengthy and exhausting for me and possibly for all of yous timeline to go through. I did warn you at the start it was going to be long. A bit of housekeeping and just to recognize this piece I'm doing at the end is kind of a broad, general, short summary. And you've been all following me in this episode on videocast. I want to welcome our podcast audience because they will not have seen what you've just seen. And just again, housekeeping, just to clarify for them, as we're getting into more and more of these true crime kind of things, this is very much show and tell. It contains images, it contains video aspects, and I just want to, apologize or explain to our podcast viewers, listeners who are listening to this on it maybe Spotify, iTunes, wherever else platforms that we broadcast on, they will not have been privy to the full, what it's probably looking, I haven't done the full production, it's looking like now we're going to be hitting 4 hours. So I appreciate those listeners, but unfortunately this simply was a broadcast that I did that just wasn't conducive to doing it in audio format. It simply wouldn't work, and unfortunately there could be forthcoming episodes that are going to work that way as well. So I wanted to include our podcast listeners in this as a summary of what we've been doing, because I don't want them to go to episode 14 and then switch to episode 15 and go, oh, what happened there? There's no episode 15, and then move on to episode 16 or whatever else we do. So just to clarify that. Look, you may like it, you may not like it. My process when I do these episodes, it can come across as quite, the style can come across as quite slow and methodical, particularly on these true crime cases. They're complex. I try to avoid conspiracy. I deal with facts, and that's what I've always tried to do. I try to get away from conspiracies and conjecture and opinions, as much as opinions are welcome. In a legal case, a criminal case, they're often not helpful, and they just take us completely down mad rabbit holes. I'll apologise that there were a couple of occasions during that timeline. I actually started it, and I'll be very honest with you, I thought I was going to get through it in 60, 90 minutes maybe, and it actually took the best part of 3 hours. I think there were several occasions my voice was starting to break. But the way I do it is, although it's recorded, it's still live. I go with it and I push on. And there were a couple of occasions there where I need a break. I need a toilet break. The voice was cracking. I was trying to remember details. I was processing an awful lot of things. So please forgive me for that. Again, welcome to our podcast viewers. This is pretty much just a very quick summary, in case you're wondering where was episode 15, we're podcast listeners and we don't see it. This is something for you as well as our videocast listeners. Look, as I always say, we are available on radioespial.com, and we're also available on YouTube as a videocast format. You'll always be able to get the full episode there. This was just not an episode I could do in podcast. No more explaining. Let's move on. Again, there was a lot in that timeline. It was very extensive. Again, just to finish, I want to thank Andy and Steph on Popcorn Planet who initially did that timeline. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put the edited timeline, expanded timeline I did in the wherever you see this podcast, videocast. I'm going to put the link to it so you can go through it yourself in your own time. I suppose we need to just summarize where are we in this case, in this Gabby Petito case. Where are the next steps? What you wouldn't have seen in that timeline is something I only learned today, and just to give a date and timestamp on this, excuse me, we're at the 18th, 19th of November, and I only learned today from Brian Ensign that he has been informed that you'll recall the bank charges. Originally, these were reasons why the FBI created these bank fraud charges against BrianLaundrie prior to when he was found, prior to when it was understood is he living or dead or anything. And it's been made very clear to him that they will file a motion once the autopsy of his body is completed and a death cert is raised on him, that those bank fraud charges will be effectively, a motion will be made to dismiss them and remove them. And he might go, oh, look, legally you can't charge somebody with a criminal offence if they're dead. So naturally it's understandable that the federal charges will be dropped on that bank. They were only ever instigated, and please understand this, they were only ever instigated for the simple reason that the FBI believed if he's still alive, if he's a fugitive, a person of interest, and we want to get hold of him and interview him, we need something to hold him on. That was the only reason those fraud charges were ever raised and put in the public domain. It was simply a reason to convince a judge to agree to raise those charges, sign them off, so he could be held if he was found. As we now know, he's dead in the Carlton Park. And that was the only reason those charges were raised. They are irrelevant now. Completely and utterly irrelevant. They may add substance to the timeline, what was happening, what was going on, but ultimately the charges of themselves are completely irrelevant now. Obviously, on the next steps, I'm sure the Laundrie family want further answers as to what exactly happened. I don't know how exactly that's going to come to be. It's likely it could be some form of civil case, and it ain't happening now. That could be 2022, 2023. This is a long haul now. We have two people who are no longer with us that are the primary two people in this case, And we're all asking what happened. And it's quite possible some of those details we'll never know unless there is some form of civil case taken, maybe by the Petito family, the Peter and Smith family. And we'll have to see. Maybe we might learn more details, hopefully later this month, November 2021, if the autopsy results on BrianLaundrie, and indeed more of the details on Gabby Petito's autopsy are released. We might learn more about that. I am hopeful, and I'm not suggesting this might even come this year, but I'm still hopeful that the FBI, as much as any parties involved in this, will want some form of answers and resolution, just like the public. And they will at some point hold a press conference and say, this is what we have, this is the reason why we decided that BrianLaundrie was a person of interest in this case. Remember, he's never been a suspect. And these are the details as we know it. This is the information, and we probably still won't get everything. We'll only get limited details, but we will get at least reasons and substantive reasons in filings as to why, one, they were convinced he was still in the Carlton Park, the Myakkahatchee accompanying park close by, why he was there, why so many resources, and why they continue to search there. We will probably get more evidence of as regards his traverse, and we went through that with from Spread Creek to Florida, Northport, Florida. We'll probably get a little bit more filling in of details. We might get more on Gabby's demise. We might get more on BrianLaundrie's demise. And we might, who knows, find out a little bit more what was actually happening with the Laundrie family. How much were they communicating and telling the FBI and the Northport authorities at the time? Look, again, to sum up, we all have issues with Northport police. The whole, oh whoops, that was Roberta, it wasn't Brian, in the Ford Mustang coming back in on the, I think it was the 14th, 15th of February. You know, there was a ball clearly dropped by Northport police. I don't think there's any arguments there. They've tried to do a dust up and polishing of PR work following that, but and it also goes for the Moab police in that traffic stop. My God, with skilled people on domestic violence, with input from them live on that day, on I think it was August the 12th. If those Moab police officers and park rangers, and I'm sure they're dealing with it personally themselves now, knowing what ultimately happened, dealing with that and asking themselves the question, did we ask really the right questions, or did we buy into what we thought was happening, and did we just play it all down and there wasn't something more serious? I'm sure all these police officers and park rangers, you know, are involved in incidences like that, but certainly there's a lesson there that the right questions were not being asked. Certain things, as we analysed, and you saw me analyse that Moab video in graphics on that screen and ask questions, and we'll all reflect, were the right questions being asked? Were serious things being missed in that traffic stop that perhaps otherwise would leave us today with two people who are no longer with us, and an event, essentially a homicide, that did not have to happen. I also understand, to summarise, that, and I've seen it with many cases, and I see it with so much more in the last 10 to 20 years with social media involvement and interest in cases. Police, the FBI, federal cases, and really this just isn't something, and I want to be careful here, this isn't something just distinct in America. This happens everywhere, in every country, when there's a police investigation and there's been a very serious crime or incident that has happened. When there is a lack of public information, because everybody's into, oh, what's happened? I wonder what happened there. Oh, what's going on? You know, when there's a lack of public information, police understand, as much as they need the help of the public in a case, but they also understand that when there's a lack of public information and a lot of questions are being asked and people don't quite understand what's going on and what's happened in this case and are speculating, opining and what have you, the one horrible thing that happens is a vacuum. When there is a lack of information excuse me, to the public, and that vacuum happens, unfortunately, with social media, even with traditional media, there's an obsession to fill that vacuum with what's missing. And that creates opinion, speculation. But didn't tell us about that, or we didn't know about that. Conspiracy. And that consumes a case, even to a point where police officers, authorities are running here, there and everywhere to chase up these leads that most often lead nowhere. They're people with the best intentions trying to help, but sometimes are completely way off the mark. But every lead has to be checked, and that consumes resources, and it takes resources away from areas that need to be checked and are substantive. I've seen this in so many cases, and hopefully going forward we're going to look at some more cases. And again, in light of my podcasting audience, realistically my approach and format is probably not going to work with podcasting, and only going to work with video casting if I get down this true crime avenue, which I want to get into more because quite frankly I've done this for years as a journalist. I'm immediately recalling more recent cases of the Irish, and there's some similarities there. The Irish young girl Nora Quernan, who was lost on a resort holiday trip with her parents in Malaysia. I'm thinking of the more recent cases like Summer Wells, and historically I go right back to a case some of you might remember, long before we had such a heavy influence of social media. Madeleine McCann, remember that? 2007. Was it an abduction? Did she wander out of her apartment when she was left alone? You know, so I'm also thinking of a more recent case I've been examining and looking at. Sarah Everard in the UK. Some of our American viewers and pod listeners mightn't be aware of that case. There are so many more cases. I've had a number of people, followers, who've suggested, Mick, will you take a look at this case? Would you be interested in this? Here's some data, here's some information. And I've got so many cases ongoing that I'm looking at, but I'm trying to decide what's the best case. I'm telling you now, Summer Wells has come up an awful lot, and I'm telling you now, I ain't touching it. I am not going near it. I even said to Tyler Feller, don't touch this case. Don't go near it. There are bombs going to go off in that case. Don't go near it. It's too complex. There's too much going on. There's too much character. There's too much history. There's too much incidences. It's not a case you want to go near. It's too complex. There's too much happening. There's too much that will, I suspect, ultimately be revealed. And that is no casting or colour or slight on anybody, the parents or anybody involved in the case, but there is simply too much happening in that case historically in a wider context, and it's not a case I'm going to go near because it's too complex. There's too much going on. The Madeleine McCann case is a historical case. I'm not sure until there's some new development regarding the potential suspect in Germany that comes out. It's the Nora Querin. That might be a case I might look at. I'm interested, perhaps on a personal basis, because I'm Irish originally, living in the Netherlands. I'm interested in the Cian McLaughlin case because I've gone through the Gabby Petito case, and hey, isn't it interesting? Teton National Park, that's where Cian McLaughlin also disappeared. There's been several other people who've disappeared in that area, but hey, there's nothing extraordinary about that. Historically, people have went missing in that area. Of course, the couple, around the time, I think it was around August, the couple who had recently married, who also went missing, who were shot dead at a camping site. That's another case I might, because of the interest around the Gabby Petito case, I might look at. But I'm very careful about cases that I take on and I'd want to do a program on. And as you all know, I'm much more comfortable previously in the intro guest. I ask questions, I have a guest, an expert guest, they answer the questions, and then we close out and we do a summary. And I'm much more comfortable in that environment. This particular format and episode for me has been more of a bigger challenge, and it's why it's so lengthy, and I'm not sure how I tweak this format going forward, because I'm concerned about the podcast aspect, that it's not inclusive of them. But you can't do cases like this and do it in a sort of radio Espial radio environment where it's just not visual but it's audio. So I have to think about this. And this is one of the reasons why I put this final piece together, to include our podcast viewers and to just alert them that, I'm thinking about formats and how we go forward. But realistically, if I go down the true crime avenue, it's not gonna. If I have to show someone CCTV footage, it's not gonna work in a podcast environment. If I show them, here's visual evidence, here, look at this, this is it's not gonna work in that environment, and this is why this was an interesting step for me. I'm glad I did it, and I definitely want to do more, but I'll have to see how it works and encompasses the podcast audience. Really, at that stage, as an end summary, I don't know where this Gabby Petito case is going. I think it will last quite a while into 2022. We have to wait for further updates on the autopsy. Maybe there will be further revelations. If there is, I'll do a shorter update for that. As I said, the extensive timeline I went through, I will put a link to that in the description where you see the video cast. Now, the video cast. So you can go and you can view it there. And I'll continue to, as I even did today, as I said when I mentioned about the dropping of the bank charges when the full autopsy results and death cert is raised for BrianLaundrie. I continue to update the timelines. I think it's important that I have a timeline, and probably going forward with further true crime cases, that's probably the approach I will take as well, in having a timeline, a structured timeline that I share and we go through and I do inserts, and that's probably the format and approach that I do. Regarding comments, by all means give me your feedback. I'll say again, look, no offense, but my approach always is facts, detail, not disappearing down rabbit holes and conspiracies. If you are unfamiliar with the case, get familiar with it, and by all means then comment. But don't do a toe dip into the water of a case, a serious case, and then just opine randomly with wild speculation. That's not helpful. It's not helpful to anybody. It's just a distraction. We're going to finish up there. I want to thank everyone who stuck with it. By God, I know this was long. I expected it to be long-ish, but not as long as this. But hey, I'm glad I did it. I'll fine-tune further episodes in the future. Whatever cases I look at, I'll update this Gabby Petito case if there's something of, and I mean proper significance, where I want to do another updated episode of it. Other than that, yeah, let's take it away. And of course, I want to also continue to feature guests. So this was slightly different, not having a guest. It's always easier when you have a guest because you can bounce ideas off, and it's always difficult when you don't have a soundboard in an episode. But look, that's where we are. Thank you all for joining me. Try and be kind in the comments. No nonsense, no conspiracies, no garbage. Stick to the facts, stick to reality. Be good to each other. And as I do at the end of every program, If you like, give it a like. If you don't like it, that's okay. It's okay. Hit the dislike button then. If you did like it, great. If you want to see more, let me know. Okay. Take care, everybody.
Radio Espial. We explore and discover together. You have been listening to Radio Espial, a series of podcasts brought to you across the internet by TIPM Media and presented by investigative journalist Mick Rooney. Please feel free to leave a comment and visit our links provided in this podcast production. Thank you for your support.